Shuttle tragedy forever in our memories, and flags from Cape Canaveral to the White House at half-staff. We are a nation in mourning today, Wednesday, January 29th, 1986.
From NBC News, this is
And hello, everyone. We will be devoting our entire 2 hours today to an examination of the space shuttle tragedy and a look at where the space program goes from here. With Bryant on vacation, John Palmer joins me at the anchor desk after long duty yesterday. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Jane. Among our guests this morning, Senator Jake Garn, a shuttle traveler himself, and we'll go live to Concord, New Hampshire to talk with the friends of the teacher astronaut Krista McAuliffe. And we'll talk with a psychologist who will tell us how to deal with what can only be described as this national case of grief.
Well, let's get started with the latest on the shuttle probe from Bob Jameson at the news desk. And good morning, Bob.
Thanks, Jane and John. Good morning. As the nation continues to grieve this morning, the air search for debris from the shuttle, anything that may help explain why Challenger exploded, is resuming. NASA refuses to speculate on the cause of the tragedy, but some space experts this morning believe that a leak in the shuttle's huge external fuel tank was responsible. Dan Molina is standing by at the Johnson Space Center in Houston with the latest on NASA's plans for an investigation. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Bob. The investigation into something as catastrophic as this has to deal with everything from the very obvious to details that even computers may not have noticed. Included in the obvious, yesterday morning at this time we were talking about icicles that had formed on the shuttle during a bitter cold night. NASA's only stated concern at the time was that an icicle might break off and damage the orbiter's heat protection tiles. But are there other possibilities? Could an icicle have damaged the huge external fuel tank or some connecting fuel line? The details. Is there some fact, some measurement, some hint locked in the data collected in Mission Control that can explain what happened? One of the very first things NASA did after the explosion was to freeze everything here, seal it off so everything will remain as it was at the moment of the disaster. The photographic evidence. The moving pictures appear to show us where the bursts of flame appeared. That could help. It could narrow the investigation to specific points on the main engines, the fuel tank, or the solid rocket boosters, perhaps to the small explosive bolts used to separate the fuel tank from the orbiter. But the video could be deceptive. NASA today will look at still pictures taken with high-powered tracking equipment, and that should provide more details. Beyond that, all day here and for so long to come, the people here will be asking themselves critical questions. Do they recall any design flaw? Anything they worried about that stopped being a concern after so many successful missions? It's all important now in this investigation, a task that is perhaps the most formidable assignment ever tackled here at the Johnson Space Center. Bob?
Dan, thank you. The sudden public death of the 7 astronauts has produced an emotional outpouring around the world. President Reagan ordered all government flags to fly at half-staff until February 3rd. And Concord, New Hampshire, home of teacher Krista McAuliffe, the first ordinary American chosen for space travel, is covered in sadness this morning. Fred Briggs is with us from Concord. Good morning, Fred.
Good morning, Bob. The bitter cold that seemed to have accompanied this tragedy has stilled most of the movement in this small capital of a small state. The cold sinks into people much more readily than the impact of what happened yesterday at Cape Canaveral. You could see that last night at this church.
A memorial service for Krista McAuliffe, here where she, her husband, and 2 children had attended services for years. Some of her students were among the mourners, students who had been looking forward to a two-way conversation with her from Challenger to the classroom later this week. It's a different lesson now.
And she will teach us because of her ambition, because of her courage, because of her willingness to participate in our space program.
The high school will be closed again today. The students and the teachers who knew her so well are being offered psychological counseling, although many of those counselors knew Krista McAuliffe pretty well themselves. The people are dazed here, not yet ready to start seeking mechanical reasons for what went wrong. They're rather grappling with the metaphysical reasons, because none of this seems to make any sense at all. Bob?
Fred, thank you. Former astronauts this morning are saying that beneath the all-American smiles and the splashdown parties, there always lurked the possibility of tragedy. Deke Slayton, one of the original 7 astronauts, said, "Everyone knows it's going to happen sooner or later, you just hope it's later." And Pioneer test pilot Chuck Yeager, for whom the right stuff is named, said there is no way for a pilot to prepare for such a disaster. But Yeager, the first to break the sound barrier, predicted that the space program will recover from the Challenger tragedy. Roy Neal, who has covered the space program from its beginning for NBC News, is at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Good morning, Roy.
Hi, Bob.
What are your thoughts on the future of the shuttle program?
Well, let's begin with the premise that the United States space program is on hold for an indefinite period of time, as we might also say are the space programs of most of the free world this morning. There's mystification, which has to be resolved. They've got to look into the crystal balls of telemetry and computers to come up with some answers to something that is, at the moment, a total problem. The problem is this. The telemetry coming down from the spacecraft showed no problem in sight until the detonation. Even in Mission Control's commentary, as we listened, the commentary continued after the explosion was seen on our television screens because the commentator was busy looking at that telemetry as it came through. So now they're studying down to the microseconds of time in the telemetry file to see what could have happened. The booster container, quite likely, is one of the things they're looking at most closely, and that's the reason for the search this morning. But as far as the program is concerned, which is the big feature, first, they'll have to figure it out, and then they'll have to figure out what needs to be done about it. In this case, it happened so fast that the astronauts couldn't even push their panic button, the button that would have separated the spacecraft from that booster. There was no time for anything. It just happened, Bob.
Roy, if you remember, as you well do, 20 years ago, almost 2 decades ago, when the Apollo fire occurred, it was 21 months before there was another manned space flight. Do you expect something like that to occur now?
I don't think it'll take that long this time. In that case, the cause of the fire was something that was a total design failure. The spacecraft had to be totally redesigned. In this case, you have the record of 24 successful missions before disaster struck. So I don't think this will be quite that sweeping a change required. But until they figure it out, who are we to second guess them?
Did on television yesterday the families of those the astronauts and the private civilian that was involved in this, and our hearts go out. We can say no more than that, but we all, as you say, Jane, share in the love and affection and just the sorrow of this, because it's such a terrible, terrible
Even as
tragedy.
we all go about the business at hand, which we all will do today.
We continue on, and we do have our little weather forecast for you this morning. We had some contrast in temperatures yesterday, for instance.
So Krista McAuliffe from her hometown, but first, this is Today on NBC.
We'll be going up to Concord, New Hampshire shortly for those interviews. When Krista McAuliffe first learned that she was to be the first teacher in space, she really couldn't quite believe it. Last July, when she found out that she'd won, she discussed her excitement with Bryant Gumbel.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Bryant.
Simple question, why you?
It's really hard to say. There were 10 people. We were such a cohesive group, enthusiastic, really enjoying teaching, and I think any one of us would have done a really good job. I don't know what put me over the top, and I'm delighted to be here.
When you first applied for this, did you think you had even a prayer?
I really didn't. I was almost doing it kind of like when you play the lottery. If you don't play it, you don't win.
Sure.
And when I filled out that application, that's really how I felt. I figured there'd be at least 50,000 people across the country who would be slipping that into the mailbox around the same time.
What about when you made it down to the last 10? Did you think then, maybe?
Well, then the possibility became very real, and I really started to think what the impact would be on my teaching career and on my family. Yeah. But it was still really exciting.
Has it all hit you yet?
No, I don't think so. I still can't believe that I'm going to actually be going into that shuttle. It just really doesn't seem possible. Maybe when I'm on the launch pad it will.
What are you most excited about?
Seeing the Earth from that perspective of that small planet, you know, it's such a big place here, but being able to look at it from a new perspective, and I hope I can bring that wonder and that excitement back to the students.
Maybe just a little bit of fright, too?
Not yet. Maybe when I'm strapped in and those rockets are going off underneath me, there will be, but space flight today really seems safe. We had a good example of that when NASA shut down the last one through the computer because one of the backup systems wasn't working.
You say it seems safe. A lot of people equate that with it also seems boring. Have you been one, have you been one who followed NASA efforts all along, long before?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can remember watching the Vanguards as they went like this, and I remember Alan Shepard's first suborbital flight, and it was really thrilling.
I read where you said you wanted to demystify space. In plain talk, what does that mean?
Well, we see the space program as a science or math or technological adventure right now. I want the students to get a little bit of ownership. I want them to feel that they're part of the space age because they're the future and their children or grandchildren are going to be pioneering that.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope to bring an ordinary person's perspective to this.
Have you heard from some of your students yet?
Yes, I have. They've been dropping by the house, they've been sending me cards, they've been calling. That's been super.
NASA, of course, has a selfish interest in all this. I mean, they want to build up public support for the huge outlays that are necessary to keep the program going. As part and parcel of being the first ordinary citizen, I mean, are you expected to be the ordinary speaker who's out there making speeches on NASA's behalf?
That's going to come. Certainly will, but I'm also delighted that the teaching profession and students and the whole country is really going to benefit from this. We hopefully are going to know an awful lot more about what life is like aboard the shuttle.
Yeah. You go up on January the 22nd.
That's what the date is, yes,
of 86,
right now.
and we're hoping that that'll be met. What are you most concerned about between now and then?
Well, probably just getting my life in order. I do have a family in Concord, New Hampshire, and I have to get them set. I also want to make sure my replacement in school is going to be comfortable for next year.
Any thoughts, however slight, that you might not measure up once it gets going?
Well, one of the things that has been really surprising is all of the publicity, and I was saying to my husband the other night, it's almost like I'm reading about somebody else, you know?
Well, it's a dream come true for you.
Oh, it certainly is.
That interview seen here on Today last July. In just a minute, we'll go up to Concord, New Hampshire to talk with some of Krista's friends. Right now, this is Today on NBC.
If an American astronaut is going to hit all of us hard, but in this case, maybe it hurts a little more because one of the people who died was one of us, a civilian. The teacher astronaut, Christa McAuliffe, lived in Concord, New Hampshire. And we go now to St. Peter's Church in Concord as three people who knew Christa McAuliffe very well join us. The pastor of the church she attended, Father Chester Moroka of St. Peter's Church, her next-door neighbor, Ginny Timmons, and a family friend, Pam Tarbell. Thank you all for being with us. And I should say at the outset that we do have some audio difficulties this morning. I think we would be able to hear you well enough. We'll try. Father Chester, your parishioners must be turning to you with the unanswerable question, why does such a thing happen to such a good person? What do you say? Father, I'm afraid I was unable to hear your remarks. Your microphone evidently is not working. Ginny or Pam? Pam, I understand your son Miles was little Scotty McAuliffe's best friend. Does Miles comprehend any of this? No, we're striking out here too in audio. I think maybe we should just try to repatch this and come back a little later. Where's John Palmer? If John could come join me, we'll try to get back to Concord, New Hampshire. Meanwhile, Steve Delaney is still down at Cape Canaveral this morning. Steve, what does the Cape look like on the morning after?
Jane,
Steve Delaney?
Bleak. Yes, Jane, I can hear you. It looks pretty bleak down here right now. There, as you might imagine, in the wake of such a thing as happened yesterday, those members of the News Corps who were not... I'm sorry, I'm responsible for that problem. I had it in my pocket trying to keep warm. It is cold down here, Jane, and fairly bleak. Those members of the press corps who were not here yesterday morning showed up in droves yesterday afternoon. I think one of the ways that we can look at what happened yesterday from now on in an attempt to understand how they're going about the investigation is to consider what happens when there is a plane crash, which happens all too often. The National Transportation Safety Board goes at it in several different directions, one of which is to try to put together the pieces of the wreckage. There aren't many pieces, but the search for them goes on and continued through the night last night.
Steve, I'm going to interrupt you just now, and we will get back to you for more of your report, but I understand we do have Concord back, I'm hoping, okay. In which case I can reintroduce Father Moroka neighbor and a family friend of Krista McAuliffe. Father Chester Mroka, what I was asking was, when your parishioners come to you for the answer to the question, why does such a thing happen to such a good person as Krista, what do you say?
Well, we don't have an answer for that, Jane. We simply try to be supportive. As we mentioned last night at our service, we simply see the value of her work, of her contribution to this program, and the example that she's been to the nation, especially to the young people. Other than that, we simply try to be supportive.
Ginny Timmons, you're the next door neighbor. You have 8 children, I understand. One of your daughters has an autographed picture of Krista. What did Krista say in that autograph?
Well, I brought the picture with me, Jane, just because the picture bespeaks Krista's charisma that all of us felt. Our daughter is a freshman and received this as a high schooler, but I think any of us on reading it could identify as well.
And what does she say?
In it, she speaks of, to Jean, may your future be limited only by your dreams. Love, Krista.
Well, what about the dreams of a young woman? Are they going to be traumatized by the loss?
I'm sure for everyone, they're devastated, but it's a temporary devastation. I think all of us, as I say, I readily identify not only with what has happened to Krista, but to her families and the other astronauts and their families.
Pam, you have known Krista for a long time as a dear family friend. We know, obviously, she was a devoted teacher, a modern working mother, but she was more than that to her family, obviously. How did she do it all, in the phrase of the day?
She had lots of energy, and what you saw on television through the media is how she acted all the time. She was an excellent mother. She spent lots of time with her children, taking them all over the place, doing the things that all the mothers do. It was hard for her, I think, to leave her children and go back to school, but she was so dedicated about teaching that she was able to combine the two, and she had lots of support from her husband, Steve, and from the people around her, and she was able to carry it off.
Ginny, everybody's so concerned about Steve and the little kids. You watched them next door the last 4 months without Mom. They doing okay?
Right. Well, I think one of the nice things, Mrs. Pauley, is that Steve is such a loving person, and he readily took on the role of both parents when Krista left.
Thank you to all of you. I'm going to have to interrupt. You've been champs through this. A station break.
Thank you, Jane.
Pastor of St. Peter's Church, which was Krista McAuliffe's church. Ginny Timmons, next-door neighbor and family friend Pam Tarbell. And I want to thank you once again for putting up with our technical difficulties. The circumstances are difficult enough, and you have been very gracious with us. Pam, the question I had put to you, first of all, before we were interrupted, you have a little boy named Miles, who is Scotty McAuliffe's best friend. Does he comprehend what has happened to Scotty's mother?
Yes, he does. They didn't tell him directly at school. They waited for the children to get home before they found out, because they didn't want it to be too much of a shock to them. But I'm trying to just feel his questions as they come. He feels very badly. He was very close to Krista. He spent a lot of time with Krista, going back and forth. We would take turns watching each other's children often. In a way, he wished it was him rather than her, because he felt so close to her.
How do you know how to handle it? You are grieving along with everyone else, so what kind of wisdom can you pass along to a little boy when he asks those questions?
Oh, I don't. You just have to bring them out of your heart and give them the best, most sincere answers you can give them. We only have limited experience doing this, and we have to make the best of it and take the worst thing that happened to us and make it a positive experience so the kids go on and learn, and they try to do the best with their lives, because if they didn't do anything, if they did less than that, that'd be a disappointment to Krista and what she really tried to do for all of us.
Father Mroka, we saw officiated at a memorial service last night for Krista. How did you frame your remarks? I'm wondering how you decided what needed to be said.
Well, I simply considered Krista's personality. She was a very dynamic, positive person. She didn't give in to fear. She wasn't afraid to take a risk. and she felt that there was much to be learned and a great experience to be undergone. And so she wanted to convey that to others, and I think she did. I think the media helped there, and that the nation itself has found out what sort of person and personality Krista was and how she helped in this program. I think she's made a positive contribution, and I think it will last.
How profound is the feeling in Concord this morning? We all are feeling the sorrow and the grief, but at the hometown, I'm going to guess it's a little bit more than that even, is it?
Well, it's a little early yet, but it seems to be a quiet atmosphere. People are keeping her in their prayers. They're stopping in at church. They're trying to think of the family. They have a great deal of compassion for Steve and the children.
Would any of you or all of you like to see a permanent memorial to Krista McAuliffe set up somewhere in Concord?
I think more a living memorial, something that would give to the people. Maybe a plaque. I don't think she would care too much about having a huge statue erected to her. I think she would like it to be something for education, to continue the excitement of life for everybody.
Yes. Well, Pam, you knew her very well. Thank you. Thank you all. It's time now for a station break. Assessment of the Challenger tragedy. We'll be going to Washington to talk to Senator Jake Garn. He has flown a space shuttle mission, and among those who died were men and women he counts as personal friends. We'll also talk to Senator Pete Domenici, a member of the subcommittee that appropriates funds for the space program.
And we'll also hear from two former astronauts who themselves experienced frightening emergencies in outer space, David Scott and Alan Bean. Bean, by the way, also was involved in the training of 5 of those who were lost aboard the Challenger.
And we'll also meet 14-year-old Peter Billingsley. He's the national spokesman for the Young Astronauts program, and he was at the Cape yesterday watching that liftoff. But first, at the news desk, here's Bob Jameson.
Jane, there are no firm answers this morning to the question of why the Space Shuttle Challenger blew up little more than a minute after it was launched from Cape Canaveral. All 7 astronauts were killed. Today, a search is on in the Atlantic for any debris that might provide a clue as to what went wrong. Steve Delaney is standing by with a report from Cape Canaveral. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Actually, the search has been going on since right after the disaster yesterday. It has simply intensified since we have daylight, but it went on through the night and will continue until they're convinced they can't find anything else. Ships have been doing most of the heavy work during the night because they can get down closer to the water, and they have electromagnetic devices which can kind of try to pinpoint where there are larger pieces. So far, most of what's been found is quite small, 2 feet by 5 feet, has been recovered but has not been identified. With the coming of daylight, it will be possible to use aircraft once again and to get broader expanses of the ocean covered. The area is several hundred square miles. It's centered about 30 miles off the coast. Now, whatever's on the bottom is going to be very hard to discover because it's in the edge of the Gulf Stream. The bottom is sloping off toward the edge of the continental shelf. And because the water is of different temperatures out there, it's fairly turbid and is going to yield evidence rather slowly, Bob, and answers even more reluctantly.
Steve, thank you. Krista McAuliffe, the enthusiastic, outgoing teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, lost her life as her family and others from her hometown looked on from the ground. Dennis Murphy reports.
NASA gave the good seats to the kids from Concord, the bleachers just opposite the shuttle.
I'm nervous for her, and I'm really proud of her.
Krista McAuliffe, their teacher, was on the spaceship. The kids huddled in the cold grandstand right behind their teacher's mother, father, and sister. The moment had arrived. At first, it was hard to tell what happened. The 3rd graders who go to school with Krista's boy were led away. Something had gone terribly wrong. Smoke in the sky, confusion. The wonderful adventure ended before it began.
I'd like to say something in particular, something special to the school children of our nation, and especially those from Concord. You must try to understand that spirit, bravery, and commitment are what make not only the space program, but all of life worthwhile. We must never, as people in our daily lives or as a nation, stop exploring, stop hoping, stop discovering. We must press on.
The kids flew home last night. Dennis Murphy, NBC News, the Kennedy Space Center.
The picture of the Challenger space shuttle exploding will remain in the national consciousness for so long. But for those who watched the launch and the tragedy from the grandstands at the Cape, the experience and the shock will be indelible. Among those in the grandstand were the parents of teacher Krista McAuliffe, who chose to watch the launch with students from their daughter's New Hampshire school, actually the classmates of her son, little Scott. And Peter Billingsley was there, the national spokesman for the Young Astronauts program. And Peter joins us this morning from his hometown of Phoenix and our NBC affiliate there, KPNX TV. And welcome, Peter.
Thank you.
Peter, would you explain how it came to pass that you were there at the launch yesterday?
Well, I was invited as a guest of the Young Astronaut program. I was there to host some pre-launch parties, and we were waiting for the launch. It was first scheduled for the 22nd, but then it kept on being moved up, and then finally on that day we saw it.
Had you ever seen a launch before?
Only on the news. This was my first one that I've ever seen up close.
So you would have no way of knowing as you watch clear the tower and disappear in the sky, as I've seen it do, that something might have gone wrong, or did you sense that something was wrong?
It looked all fine. It was going up straight. I thought that everything was great. I guess some people had thought later that it took a slower liftoff than it should have, but I didn't really know that because this was my first time. I saw it lift off, then I could see the trail going down, then I saw a big round cloud of smoke, which I guess was where it blew up, and I wasn't really sure what that was. I thought that maybe it was the solid rocket boosters leaving because I didn't really know. But then I saw this thing that was twisting and was moving, and at that point I knew that something was wrong. But the only thing was that the people that knew that something was wrong were in so much shock that they didn't scream or anything. They just were silent.
What was your first confirmation that something had gone terribly wrong?
Okay, we were all cheering and screaming. Then there was a microphone that was right out in front of us, and we could make out the word malfunction. And with that, everybody started to be quiet. There were still some other people. Then we heard the words, "The vehicle has exploded." And with that, everybody went into
Peter,
trauma.
who was there? The parents were there. There were a lot of little kids, much younger than you. Was there anybody there to look after them?
Yes, there were. There were some of the kids' mothers that were there. Just everybody was in a huge state of shock. They were all in panic, and it was just an awful, awful thing.
Now, you as a spokesman for the Young Astronauts program,
yes, I am.
Did that mean that you wanted to grow up and be an astronaut yourself?
It doesn't really mean that I want to grow up and be an astronaut. It's just what the Young Astronaut program is it's an educational program that's backed by the president, and it's geared towards kids from 6 to 16, and it's mainly to prepare them for life in the 21st century, because with everything growing so fast now that we want to be ready for that time.
Do you still want to be ready, or did the shock and the trauma yesterday change your mind somehow?
No, I think that even though it's an awful thing, like President Reagan said, we've got to keep going, we've got to keep moving with full force. I think we should find out what happened wrong, and possibly today's young astronauts can possibly make a fuel tank that would be less prone to blowing up, or could make a possible escape hatch on the shuttle.
Do you feel your job as a spokesman for the Young Astronauts program is all the more important today?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's all the more important. It is probably a little bit more important, but right now we just want to heighten the awareness of people that in this country right now the academic standards are very low compared to Russia and Germany and Japan and all these other places.
Astronauts have to be pretty brave people, don't they?
Yes, yes they do.
Well, Peter, thank you for being with us, and I guess we certainly know now that there is absolutely a frontier out there yet to be conquered by your generation.
Yes,
thanks,
there
Peter.
is.
We'll
Thank
be
you.
back in a moment with two former astronauts who survived harrowing experiences in space after these messages.
Astronauts, both of whom had close calls in space. Alan Bean, crew member aboard Apollo 12, was the fourth man to walk on the moon and the commander of Skylab 2. He also was in charge of basic training for 5 of those who were lost aboard the Challenger. He joins us now from the Johnson Space Center in Houston. And here in our New York studio, David Scott, a crewman aboard Gemini 8, Apollo 9, and commander of Apollo 15. He remains a leading authority on booster engines. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning,
First, I'd like to go to you, Alan, down in Houston. Tell us about your problem you had on the Skylab 2. That was quite a scare, wasn't it?
Well, we had a problem on Skylab 2 where we lost some thrusters during the rendezvous, and then it wasn't so scary as it was mystifying. When something goes wrong and lights light up, you sort of are concerned about what's happening, and you don't really know for sure.
And on Apollo 12, you were hit by lightning, were you not?
Yes, that was even more amazing. I was sitting in the right seat, and this was about 50 seconds after launch. Lightning struck our spacecraft. We didn't know that at the time. The indication we got was about 15 warning lights coming on, and at that moment there's a lot of noise, a lot of vibration, just like the shuttle during launch. And when those lights came on, it took me a good 5 seconds to finally convince myself that the lights were really on and we really had a problem. Of course, yesterday, they probably didn't have any warning lights, and they certainly didn't have 5 seconds to think about it.
David, you had a problem on Gemini 8, what your spacecraft was tumbling, the capsule.
Yes. Well, it was similar to what Alan said. It's a surprise. You see the indications, you take corrective action, and most of the time in flight it's almost automatic because of the intense training and the preparation that you have before you go.
David, you're an expert on the booster situation. All the attention now seems to be focused pretty much on that main tank, fuel tank. Do you think that's where the problem was?
Well, it's hard to say, John. I think we can't speculate until NASA's had an opportunity to review all the data and reach a conclusion of its own. NASA's a very good detective. I think they'll be able to sift out the data, especially since we've had 24 successful flights and we know what's going on with the shuttle. And as a matter of fact, my company's developing a small upper stage booster rocket based on the shuttle technology, and we feel very comfortable that the shuttle and its technology is a very safe system.
Alan, as we mentioned at the beginning, you were in charge of helping to train 5 of the astronauts. You have some pretty special memories this morning, I would assume.
I certainly do. When I heard that the shuttle had a disaster, I, of course, turned in television and followed it, and then they showed the pictures on television of the crew members, and the 5 professional crew members were ones that were the first astronaut candidate class that we had back in 1978, and I trained most of them. I have good memories about all of them. One of my favorite remembrances was of Judy Resnick. We had taken all the candidates down to Key West to undergo some parachute training and some water training, and there were 50 people in this boat where we were teaching them how to survive in case they went in the water in their parachute. There was only about 15 astronauts. The rest were Navy and Air Force pilots. And one of the procedures was that you need to learn is the boat gets going about 20 knots and drops the person, in this case Judy Resnick, in the water, and she's being towed behind the boat, and you've got to figure a way to come up and not be swallowing water and turn over on your back and release your parachute harnesses. And that day, if you don't do it right, by the way, and I didn't do it right when I did it long years ago and had to do it again, on that vessel there were only 2 people out of the 50 that did it right the first time, and Judy Resnick was one of them. And so I had a fine memory that moment when that occurred, and I've thought about that many times, about women in space, and Judy Resnick particularly.
David, what does all this mean, this tragedy of yesterday, mean to the future of the space program? Big setback?
Well, I think it's a temporary setback. It is indeed a big setback. It's a tragedy. But I believe we'll proceed on. We'll be able to sift out the data, find the problem. And as you know, we're opening the frontiers of space. We're beginning to develop commerce. And I think the country is going in a very positive fashion. We just have to fall back, regroup, and then proceed on again.
Do you have any problem with the idea of moving toward civilians in space, as we did this time with a school teacher, talk now of a journalist, whenever the next shuttle flight might be?
Oh, no, I believe we have to do that, and I believe they want to do that. I believe Krista, a very intelligent woman, understood what she was doing, and she went out to the frontier. As I think she said in one of her interviews, if you don't play, you don't win.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us this morning. Next, we'll go to Washington to hear from two senators with a special interest in what happened to the Cape and in the future of the space program. First now, let's take a station break.
Special interest in the space program are with us this morning from our Washington studio. New Mexico Republican Pete Domenici is chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, and both he and Republican Jake Garn of Utah are on the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees NASA's budget. But perhaps Jake Garn is best known as the senator who took a shuttle flight in outer space in April of last year. Senator Garn, the personal was paramount for you on yesterday. Has 24 hours changed your perspective at all?
No, it hasn't, Jane. It's been an extremely sad time for me. Visiting with the families last night was very difficult because it's so impossible to feel adequate in what to say to comfort them. But I suppose the thing that was most touching was Mrs. Scobie standing up as the Vice President and Senator John Glenn and I walked into the room in the crew quarters at Cape Canaveral. She said, "Mr. Vice President and Senators, I want you to know that I speak for all of the families. We want the space program to continue. Despite today's tragedy, we don't want it slowed down, we don't want it stopped, and we know that our loved ones would feel exactly the same way. So the program should continue. This is a great tragedy. It's a shame that it happened, but it should not deter us from our great exploration of space."
Should Mrs. Scobie be concerned that that might not happen?
Well, I don't think so. I think Congress is much more aware of the values of the space program and all of the spin-offs that help every human being on the face of this earth every day, and products and technologies that we have gained from space exploration. So I don't think that's going to happen. There will always be some naysayers and some negative people who would say that, but if we were going to stop this because of this accident, if you look back in the past in a lot of different scientific endeavors, we didn't stop them because we had some temporary setbacks.
Senator Domenici, I'm going to guess that the naysayers on Capitol Hill are a little underground at this point. Would it be unseemly to criticize NASA at this point in our national grief?
Oh, I'm sure they will be back above ground, as Senator Garn indicated. They're probably hid out for the time being. But, you know, there were naysayers even when we didn't have budget problems. There were people who thought we ought to do it another way. They didn't like manned space flights. They wanted to cut back on this program 8 or 9 years ago when I first got involved. So they'll still be around, but let me say there's nothing that makes American people more proud than when we accomplish great things, when we're on the cutting edge. And this has been a tragedy, but I think it may work in reverse. I think there may be more support rather than less for this magnificent program because of this tragedy.
Well, there may be some double meaning in that cutting edge phrase that you use. Budget cuts were inevitable, and now with the dollar loss and losing a quarter of the space shuttle program, the loss of the orbiter, the time that's going to be lost, you're going to give NASA more money than you had anticipated because of this loss?
Well, let me just put it this way. I'm positive that the United States Congress is going to find a way to continue this program. I can't give exact dollar figures at this moment, but I'm convinced that this is the kind of program that has so many benefits for mankind and for America as the world's leader in so many respects that we're going to see it through.
But would you take advantage of this tragic turning point to do some course correcting?
Well, frankly, I have always been one that listens to the experts and weighs the pros and cons. I don't try to put myself in their shoes. So I think we'll listen to them again, and perhaps some correcting has to be done. But from my standpoint, we had refined shuttle and reduced it to a minimum size for its effectiveness, and we ought to continue and see it through.
Senator Garn, what about you? Would there be any course correcting that you would take advantage of in this time of assessment or reassessment?
Well, Jane, I think we have to realize that we've had 25 years of space flight, 55 missions without an accident in the air at all. I think we need to look at the positive side and what a remarkably safe program this has been. The course correction that needs to be maintained or found out at this point and accomplished is we need to know exactly what caused this accident. And as soon as we have determined that and fixed what the problem was so that it won't happen again, then we will continue. So the course correction is a delay while we regroup, find out why this tragedy occurred, and then move on in this great exploration of space.
I'm going to ask you to make a guess, but in both of your cases, it's an educated guess. How soon will Americans be in space again?
Well, it's hard to guess because there's so little information available right now. It could be a matter of just a few weeks. It could be several months.
I agree.
All right. Senator Domenici, Senator Garn, thank you again. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And we'll be back after these messages. If you have never seen it, the launch of a space shuttle is frightening, it's thunderous, it's awe-inspiring to see when it turns out right. We're going to show you this split-screen version of the launch of the Columbia on January 12th, the successful launch. And next to it on the left is the launch yesterday, the disastrous launch of the Challenger. And they are set time to time.
Throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engine still running smoothly at 85, now stepping down to 67% as the shot wave. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
Years since the first man rocketed into outer space, a brief moment really. But as President Reagan said yesterday, it has been a time of dazzling accomplishment that leaves us taking wonders for granted. Well, now suddenly there's been a tragic accounting and serious questions about how our space program should proceed, and we'll discuss some of those questions in this hour. And welcome back to a second hour of Today and our special coverage of the Challenger tragedy. I'm Jane Pauley. Brant Gumbel is on vacation this week. John Palmer has moved over from the news desk. John?
And Jane, later in this hour, we'll talk with a child psychologist with some advice for parents whose children are among those affected by the tragedy at the Cape. And Mike Leonard reports from Concord, New Hampshire, a little town this morning facing up to the painful fact that its favorite school teacher won't be coming back from her field trip to outer space.
But let's get the hour started at the news desk this morning. Bob Jameson.
Thank you, Jane. Good morning. Ships, planes, and helicopters are searching the Atlantic Ocean off the Florida coast this morning. They're searching for debris from the exploded Space Shuttle Challenger. Throughout the night, Coast Guard cutters and other vessels have been combing the area but have recovered little more than the thermal tiles that covered the shuttle. All debris recovered will be impounded and studied as experts try to determine what went wrong. There was no warning of trouble from any of the shuttle's computers or instruments, no signal that anything aboard was malfunctioning. So NASA experts are refusing to speculate this morning on what caused the explosion. Robert Bazell is in Houston this morning, where NASA officials are exploring many theories. Morning, Bob.
Good morning. One of the reasons that there was no indication beforehand of a disaster is that the computers that the NASA officials in the Launch Control Center and Mission Control here in Houston look at during the launch and as the ship proceeds towards orbit are updated only every 1 second. That's the speed that the computer is able to display the information on the screen. And this is an important point because actually the data is stored in many areas in milliseconds. And what the engineers here and in several other areas around the country will begin to do today is to examine the data that came in from the spacecraft Challenger on a millisecond by millisecond basis, trying to find anything that was an indication of where something might have gone wrong. Now, we have a model here of the spacecraft. The shuttle itself, as we've said many times, we've been talking about this, sits on top of an external fuel tank and 2 solid rocket boosters. Everybody here knows that the external tank, which contains a mixture, a very explosive mixture of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, exploded. That's what caused the ultimate disaster. But nobody knows what the first event was that led to that explosion, and that's the crucial question. The solid rocket boosters themselves are full of a kind of fuel that does not explode, so that wasn't where the problem began. However, there are some explosive bolts there here and several other areas that are designed to throw these off at 2 minutes and 5 seconds into the flight. One theory, it's one of many theories, and their only theories, is that these explosive bolts may have gone prematurely. Another theory, one that we've heard quite often, is that In the main shuttle engines, which are at the back of the orbiter right there are some fans, turbines that rotate very quickly. One theory is that a piece of metal in one of those main engines broke off, flew off into some place that ultimately led to the external tank to explode. Those are the things that the engineers will be looking for as they look at this millisecond by millisecond analysis of hundreds of different systems that they have recorded here on the ground and in other places, trying to find a clue as to what happened. It's not going to be an easy task. It's going to take quite some time. Bob?
Bob, thank you. Florida Democrat Don Fuqua says his House committee, which funds the shuttle program, will conduct its own investigation into the accident. He says, however, it will follow NASA's investigation and will not be aimed at placing blame. The world, as well as the nation this morning, is mourning the loss of the Challenger crew. A moment of silence was observed by the Canadian Parliament, the French Senate, and the European Parliament meeting in Strasbourg. In the Soviet Union, radio stations played American music. In Rome this morning, Pope John Paul praised the 7 crew members as courageous pioneers for human progress. Speaking to more than 5,000 people at the Vatican, the Pope said the tragedy has caused deep pain for people all over the world. In this country, President Reagan has declared a week of national mourning with flags flown at half-staff. And this morning on Wall Street, all systems are stopping and a moment of silence is being observed on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The crew of Challenger, like the crews of all the shuttle flights, trained for their mission at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. The city reveres the astronauts, and as Robert Elliott reports, the loss is felt deeply there.
The signs are everywhere. The flags are at half-staff. Throughout Houston, people are mourning the loss of 7 astronauts.
Take this moment of silence to think about them people that disappeared from the world today that was so tragic.
Astronauts are an important part of the Houston community. They're admired, respected, and often treated like heroes. Shuttle Commander Dick Scobie was no exception.
I do think that it takes a very special type of person to be an astronaut, and I think he fulfilled those special qualities.
Scobie was born and raised in Washington State. He loved airplanes, joined the Air Force, became a test pilot, and finally, in 1978, an astronaut. His hometown was thrilled with his success. Classmates, teachers, and coaches remember him fondly.
Interested in athletics, played football. Again, not an outstanding athlete, but a heart like you wouldn't believe.
Hey guy, we're going to give you a little picture.
Scobie first went into space in 1984. Even then, his mother was apprehensive.
It's been fun, but it's been scary. I'm starting to have sleepless nights already.
Scobie saw the shuttle program as a dangerous and complex experiment and felt people were beginning to take its safety record for granted.
Each one of them is an individual technological marvel in itself, and you lose that by watching so many of them. There are a lot of things that go on during a space flight, and it's not easy to do, and it may look easy from the outside. It's not easy from the inside.
Robert Elliott, NBC News, Houston.
It's moving toward 8:07. Jane?
I don't suppose it's neither here nor there to most of the people at home, but I knew Dick Scobie. He was our associate during the, well, I'll call it the Sally Ride mission, 2.5 years ago. And he was a lovely, lovely man. Gentle and competent and cool and great guy.
Well, you know, we were just talking here a minute ago, the years that I had in my freelance radio days, I worked for the space agency for 22 years. I did a lot of their radio work and got to work with the astronauts and many of the people connected with the program. And there is an esprit de corps and a love and an affection and dedication that's beyond description. And as you say this morning, we all have that terrible, terrible feeling of understanding and love and sympathy for the families. It's just
you bet.
It's just unreal how we feel around this place this morning as we share with you. I have a couple of nice things, however. I want to
back at what our manned space flight program has been and a look ahead at where it might be going from here. But first, this is Today on NBC. On After 8 this morning, the past, the present, and the future of Americans in space. President Reagan observed in his speech yesterday that as a nation, we've grown used to space. It's hard to dazzle us, but that for the 25 years, the space program has been doing just that. In the following report, we see how.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
It was hard work and years of testing that led astronaut Alan Shepard to open the doors for Americans in space. He made a short suborbital flight in the space capsule Freedom 7, May 5th, 1961. Project Mercury was underway. John Glenn next became the first American in orbit, while many others, both American and Russian, followed. Soon children across the globe would marvel over man's first walk in space, as you see here, made by astronaut Ed White. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle and unprecedented, and for President Kennedy, a commitment to the space program became top priority.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
And so we did, as our flag was planted on the moon's surface, and our men in space seemed, well, to be having fun.
I was rolling on the moon one day.
Space launches became so routine that, well, maybe people began to lose interest. And then in 1975, Americans and Soviets joined each other in space to shake hands over an extraordinary effort of international cooperation. For the next 6 years, the Soviets pretty much had space to themselves as the Apollo program went into hiatus. But in the spring of 1981, America launched the first space shuttle, Columbia, hoping to regain dominance in both research and exploration.
The space program in general and the shuttle program in particular have gone a long way to help our country recapture its spirit of vitality and confidence. The pioneer spirit still flourishes in America. In the future, as in the past, our freedom, independence, and national well-being will be tied to new achievements, new discoveries, and pushing back new frontiers. We must never forget that the benefits we receive are due to our country's commitment made a decade ago to remain the world leader in space technology.
We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue.
Despite the president's firm commitment to the space program, questions remain about the future of the shuttle. Should the emphasis at NASA even be on manned space flight? In this time of budget deficits, is the shuttle cost really worth it? Joining us from the Johnson Space Center in Houston this morning is Gerald Griffin, who until 2 weeks ago was director of NASA's Johnson Space Center and who now is president of the Houston Chamber of Commerce. In our Washington studios is Alex Rowland, a former NASA employee who now teaches the history of technology at Duke University. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
First, the very basic question, are manned space flights really worth the risk? Let's ask Mr. Rowland first to reply to that.
They may be in certain circumstances, but I think in the past we've put too much emphasis on them, and we have sent men and women up into space to do jobs that could be done more safely and more cheaply by machines.
Mr. Griffin?
Well, I disagree with that. The manned program, as Jane in her opening sequence there showed, has built step on step from Mercury to where we are today. The question is not one or the other, it's the proper mix, and I realize that's what Mr. Rowland is getting at, but I think that mix, which has been initiated in the executive branch, reviewed by the Congress annually, nobody's kept any secrets here, has been a matter of public policy, public issue, and it has been debated, and I believe we have the right mix today.
What about the unmanned space shots? Let's look now at the Voyager. Quite successful there, I would think. It has just passed Uranus. It's on its way now to Neptune. Doesn't that speak loudly in favor of unmanned space probes? Mr. Griffin?
Well, sure. I think to go to the outer planet in this day and age, that's probably the way we have to do it. Make no mistake, the Voyager spacecraft was sophisticated. To say that it was cost-effective is exactly right, But the booster that pushed it was also Titan Centaur, which is a very expensive vehicle in itself. And I don't quarrel with the idea that we should use unmanned technology where it fits. What I am saying, though, is that as this country is opening up the frontier of space, we're going to have to do it ultimately with men and women who will be very similar to how we open the American West.
You brought up the question of money, of cost of the space program. The shuttle program, as I understand it, is running about $14 or $15 billion in investment. Does the cost give you a problem, Mr. Rowland?
It surely does. We've put at least that much into development, and in fact, when it first flew in 1981, it wasn't up to specifications yet, and it's still being improved. That's more development money we're putting in. Additionally, because there is simply not the demand for spaceflight that was anticipated when shuttle was first designed, we continue to have to subsidize these flights. It costs the American taxpayer about $50 million in subsidy for each shuttle flight now, so we continue to add to that development cost with each flight.
Was the schedule a little bit too ambitious, do you think, Mr. Griffin? 15 shuttle flights planned for this year, trouble with the first one, Columbia, on January 12th, and of course the tragedy of yesterday?
No, John, the plans have, again, been built from the ground up. The flight rate scheduled for this year, before the events of yesterday, were well attainable. The system was designed to carry it out. And no, I think the schedule was right on. I'd like to react to something that Mr. Rowland said.
Please do.
Let's put the cost of the space program in perspective. Today, the total NASA budget is less than 1 cent of every federal dollar that's outlaid. In fact, it's something like 0.7%. And that's for all of NASA. That is for its aeronautics research, its space and applications research, its tracking and data systems, and manned spaceflight. Now, of that 0.7%, only about half of that, a little less than that, goes into what we call the manned spaceflight budget. But of that, only a portion is for the shuttle. Now, I'd like to hear a reaction from him that if less than half of a cent of every federal dollar outlaid is too much, what is enough then? I think that the American people certainly support the idea that at least something on that order in the federal tax system or the federal budget system is in order.
Like Mr. Griffin, I'm a supporter of the space program, and I think the amount that we invest in it is well spent. My only argument is that if we distributed that money more to machines within the program, we would get more for our dollar. That is, that manned space flight is too expensive for the returns we get on it. And if we took some of that manned money, we could do more things with machines than we're doing now.
Gentlemen, we have about a minute left. This tragedy yesterday, briefly, what does it mean, do you think, to the future of the space program in this country? Mr. Griffin?
Well, obviously, it's a setback that we have to deal with. At this point, obviously, our concern is for the families. That's going to take a while to work through that, but already people are working at trying to find the fix. I'm confident that the American space program will press on. It's not the first setback we've had.
Mr. Rowland?
And I just hope that we get it together.
I agree, and I hope the space program does continue. And I hope we don't overreact to this tragedy, because this is just one of the inherent dangers in this kind of activity. I hope it doesn't result in major cutbacks to the rest of the NASA program.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. We'll be back in just a minute with more of our special coverage of the Challenger tragedy. First, This Is Today on NBC.
Tragedy that maybe you overlooked, or maybe you dealt with it in your own home yesterday. Should you turn off the TV or let the kids watch all they want? Kids are scared and confused and grieving too, and we'll talk with an expert about how to deal with it. Now a station break.
It's legal off-street drag racing.
I guess like a lot of you at home, I spent a lot of the day yesterday with John Palmer watching you on television, John. I did not see the liftoff on live television, but my husband heard on the radio and came in and told me, and my reaction was just like anybody else's. It was, first of all, I hoped that it was still on the pad. I don't know why, but when he said the shuttle exploded, I wanted it to still be on the pad and nobody in it. I wanted it to be some fluke.
Sure.
But then, you know, but my reaction was the teacher and some tears, and I fled immediately to the television. This must have been within a minute or so of you being on the air. And
we
there
were on
you
about
were.
11:43, 11:44.
Yeah,
something
and
of that nature.
there you were, and you told me what had happened, and I spent about the rest of the day with you. And one of my professional questions at the back of my mind was, when John knew this had happened, how did he know how did he get on the air so quick? How did he know which studio
Well, we
was
always,
live?
of course,
How did he?
And we have the camera always on the 5th floor that's hot all the time. That happened because of the tragedy of the assassination of John Kennedy. Since that day, when it took about 30 minutes to heat up a camera, we've always, since that time, had a hot camera there. I was watching the live feed from NASA Select on the monitor in my office here on the 3rd floor. And we wear these things, you know, in the ear that we plug in. And I was just watching that, just on standby. I was the guy on duty in case there should be a problem. But these have become so routine. But something possessed me to put in my earpiece and plug it on, put my coat on, and watch this. And then I saw the lift off, and for the first, and after it hit about a minute, I remember taking this off, and I was in the process of unclipping it from my back to put it back on the counter. We're not going the air, everything is fine. And then I saw the blast, and I thought, is this separation? I've never seen separation like that. And then when you saw those two things that were described, those white cones, that horrible sight, I realized there was something wrong. And then I did hear him say we have a major malfunction.
And by that time, you were out the door.
I was out the door, then running up to the 5th floor to go in front of the camera, and we went on. I didn't quite know what had happened. Nobody knew, but we knew there'd been a big problem. And on my way running upstairs, NASA had said, after a long, agonizing 43 seconds of nothing, that there had been an explosion. And I remember talking to the producer saying, well, can we wait a minute to get a little more information? The next thing I heard, we interrupt our regular programming. Here is NBC News correspondent John Palmer. And we went with it. When all we could say at that point was there has been a problem, NASA says, in its explosion. And here's the tape. Here's what we just saw. Because it was not carried live on the East Coast. It was carried live on the Today Show on the West Coast.
You did not have the opportunity that the rest of us had to react as a person first.
No, I didn't. I sure did afterwards, though.
How so?
I thought, I was just very moved afterwards and watching nightly news. I went off the air about 6:30, and I watched nightly news and kind of saw it there as a viewer. And I was very moved by Tom Brokaw's close. When he said that, you know, we were with you, he said a word to the families, we were with you, and all those joys and walking on the moon and old boy and those great times. And he said, and we're with you.
We shared your pride, I think he said.
Right, and we now share your grief.
Sorrow.
We share your grief and sorrow.
It was well put. Well, it was one of those days that you did awfully well, trying circumstances. And I'm thinking of their family. I was thinking of Sally Ride and all the other astronauts because they're grieving too. But we'll be back after station break. And we're back at 8:30. I'm Jane Pauley with John Palmer and Willard Scott. Bryant is on vacation this week. Well, at schools all across the country, as well as at the Cape Canaveral launch site, there were a lot of children watching the space shuttle that would carry a school teacher into space, a teacher with some ambitious plans for bringing her space flight experience into their young lives. Well, experts this morning tell us that some of those children may be having difficulty with what they saw yesterday, as well they might. We'll hear from one expert in this half hour who will tell us maybe what we should be doing today for the kids.
And Jane will also find out what people in the aerospace industry are saying about the failure of the Challenger. And from Concord, New Hampshire, Mike Leonard reports on how Krista McAuliffe's hometown is dealing with her loss.
But first to the news desk and Bob Jameson.
Jane, the air-sea search continues today for wreckage from the Space Shuttle Challenger. 8 ships searched through the night, hoping to find something that might provide a clue to the cause of Challenger's tragic explosion. A number of planes and helicopters rejoined them at daybreak. The search is centered on a 7,200 square mile area of the Atlantic, between 50 and 130 miles southeast of Cape Canaveral. Waters in the area are between 70 and 200 feet deep. The brother of one of the 7 crew members killed in the Challenger explosion says his family takes comfort in the knowledge that his brother died doing exactly what he wanted to do. Pat Smith says his brother Michael was well aware of the dangers involved in spaceflight.
Lived on an edge since he got in the Navy and started flying airplanes. There's nothing wrong with that. His edge was probably not a whole lot worse than a lot of other people that test fly airplanes. Okay, so he was aware of that, and he accepted the danger because he was doing what he wanted to do, and he was very fortunate that when his time came, it came while he was doing what he wanted to do.
What are the plans?
A memorial service was held for another Challenger crew member last night in Concord, New Hampshire. Many of Krista McAuliffe's students were among the mourners at the parish church she, her husband, and 2 children attended. McAuliffe was to have conducted 2 lessons from the Challenger. The first was to have explained the roles of the shuttle crew members, and the second would have dealt with the purpose of space exploration.
In space is just now beginning. They've appointed a commission to look into things. One of those industry, though, insiders with some insight into the effects of the investigation is Norman Baker. He's editor of the influential Defense Daily, and he is, as you can see, in our Washington studios this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, John.
What do your sources tell you about what might have happened aboard the Challenger yesterday?
Well, John, as we all know, it's just a matter of pure speculation at the present time. It could have been possibly a leak in the external fuel tank or something to do with the way the fuel flows from that tank to the main engines. You've seen the television photos everybody has over and over again. It's an indication of a fire spreading from the aft section of the external fuel tank up underneath the space shuttle. But that, again, is pure speculation. We won't know until we see those NASA photos that are the tracking photos that have greater detail.
Tell me about those tracking photos. What are you talking about?
Well, there are photos, you know, that they use for the tracking down at Cape Canaveral that is different from the television photos that's taken from the television networks. And those photos are being studied by NASA. We don't have those available yet.
What do you think are going to be the implications of this for the space program?
Well, it's going to be a complete halt for the time being. How long is, of course, the question all of us have on our minds. As you well remember, the Apollo 1 fire set us back for 21 months. This may not be as long, and it could be as long or longer. Hopefully, we can get to the basic problem right away, and that it's not a system problem. If it is a component that went bad, or this particular tank went bad or something, that's one thing. But if it's a system that requires a complete redesign of the system, then we've got something else on our hands.
Well, we're talking here nuts and bolts about the space program. What about public confidence? What's been done there? What about confidence on the part of Congress and money?
Well, John, I'm real pleased with what I've been hearing just in the past few hours of the people, expressions of the people themselves, not just in industry or within NASA, but the man on the street. He seems to have accepted this thing as something that we, even though it's great shock to all of us, as something that we have to expect, and as something, a program as on the edge of technology as this one is.
What about the role of civilians in space? This was the first time a sort of a private person in the person of Krista McAuliffe, who was on board, a school teacher. There was talk in the next shuttle of having a journalist on board there, or one of the later shuttles. What's it done to that idea of civilians going into space?
Well, I hope it hasn't dampened it too much, John, because actually the space program belongs to the American people. It is their program. They're the ones actually that are pushing for what we have, believe it or not. And I realize that this, some people are saying that this shuttle was not reliable enough, we hadn't gone far enough, but take a look at our airplane crashes in the past year. The 747 that crashed in Japan and killed over 500 people. There's no more reliable a system than a 747, and you get a catastrophe like that, or like the one we've just had on the Challenger, you can't anticipate those things. You don't know that they're going to happen. So I don't know when we say we can, well, something will be ready that civilians can go aboard, and I feel it was as ready as it could have been.
Well, Norman, the Soviets, we know, are working on their own space shuttle. It's said to be very close to ours. That doesn't that pretty much commit us to go ahead with our shuttle?
Well, actually, they are copying our shuttle to an extent. They will not have their main engine on the shuttle itself. It will be on the external tank. But definitely we have to go ahead, not just because of the Soviet Union. The American people are a pioneering people. It's just like telling Daniel Boone, don't go through the Cumberland Gap because there's danger on the other side. You're not going to do that to the American people. And I think we have to move ahead with this. I was listening to Mr. Griffin earlier on this program saying that our space program is called 0.7% of the federal budget. and the shuttle is still only a fraction of that. I don't think we can talk about cost here, that we must go ahead with it.
Do you think there might be more of an emphasis now on unmanned space probes?
I hope not. We have to have both of them. The Voyager that is taking such great pictures of the new planet, not the new planet, but the one that we haven't seen very well for the 200 years since it was discovered, is an example of what an unmanned system can do, but we can't build a system that'll take man out that far yet, and it'll probably in 2 or 3 lifetimes we won't be able to do that. But as far as the Earth is concerned, the need to explore the possibilities about Earth, I think this is where man will play the greatest role. He's the best computer. He's the one that wants to be there. We don't want to explore space with machines, or we won't do anything with machines, actually.
Thank you, Norman Baker, for being with us this morning. Some advice for parents whose children are troubled by what they saw in the sky over the Cape after these messages.
Yesterday's Challenger launch was for the young people. It was they who wrote NASA by the millions, nominating their own school teachers to be the first to go up in space. And in schools across the country, including Krista McAuliffe's school, students watched the horrible tragedy and they cried and they listened as the President of the United States addressed them later in the day.
Would everybody please go back to question?
And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them.
A national tragedy like this affects everyone, particularly the children. And joining us this morning to talk about that grief and how to deal with it is Dr. Donna Gaffney. She works with youngsters who are dealing with grief and loss. And a question that I'll bet parents were asking themselves all day yesterday, should they turn the TV off?
No, Jane, they should keep it on, because watching that videotape as many times as a child needs to makes it more real for them. It's very similar to the process of an adult grieving over a human being in the waking process.
More real? I would have guessed just the opposite, that it would be desensitizing seeing the explosion over and over again.
Every time we watch that videotape, we hope for a different ending. And in fact, the ending doesn't change. And it's very similar to when President Kennedy was assassinated, in that we were drawn to the TV set to watch over and over again.
I know we're drawn to it, but you're saying that that is a healthy response.
It's fine. It's very, very fine for the children to do that.
Now, children, nobody reacts to death or loss in any one specific way, but what is the variety of responses that you would find typical in children?
Well, it really depends on the age of the child. Very young children may really act sort of bizarre at some point and worry a parent or a teacher if they see this child scribbling all over their hands with red markers saying, you know, I'm dying, I'm dying. An older child knows that death is irreversible, which is different than the younger child. And when they think about it in those terms, they personify it, and that it's a boogeyman or a ghost, and they have very real fears about that. An adolescent, on the other hand, knows that death is a complex process, and because of what they're going through in terms of their own identity, have a very difficult time dealing with it. Some of the reactions that children have had in regard to this particular situation would be tears and anger, some physical kinds of things like nausea, pain in their stomachs, seemingly to be desensitized, as you were mentioning before, that they seem that they're going on their business and not really caring, and really they're just maybe putting it aside for a little while. And it's pretty much the same reactions that adults would have. The difference is that children have a shorter period of sadness than adults normally do. It doesn't mean that they're not grieving at the same time, but it means that they sort of are spontaneous and move through a little quicker.
So would you predict trauma in an age group? I'm not in talking about an individual child, but as a group, this generation of kids won't be traumatized by this experience?
Think they will be traumatized, because they were all indirect victims. We stood there and watched helplessly as the shuttle blew up, and And they will never forget what they were doing at that very moment that they heard about it. And that is why we need to support children going through such a situation as this by allowing them to talk about their feelings, encouraging them to share with their peers, taking part in some way in a memorial process, allowing them to grieve and to reach out to those who may be more intimately involved.
What are some of the specific activities you might recommend that classroom teachers engage in?
Well,
today?
talking. Last night, as a matter of fact, I spoke with some teachers, and they were wondering the same thing, that they had brought up the situation yesterday, and of course the children had bits and pieces of information. What they can do is talk about it, provide a set period of time for today, for tomorrow, maybe for Monday.
Not all day long, but...
Not all day long. It really depends on the age of the children. It may be that some classes may be more conducive to these kinds of discussions than others. And for short periods of time, 15, 30 minutes, but to allow the children to discuss their feelings and talk about it as they need to.
Writing a letter is another thing you might suggest. Who would they write a letter to?
The kids can sort of come up with their own ideas about who they'd like to write a letter to. The children in the Concord school system, for example, to express their feelings to those children because they are identifying so closely with those children. Maybe the people at NASA, maybe the family members of the different crew members. So there's a number of possibilities for them. But as they do this, they reach out to the other people and communicate their feelings to them.
I remember rather vividly I was maybe 16, I think, a teenager, when the Apollo astronauts died on the launch pad, and how searing that experience was for me. I don't recall that the school did anything in particular, but I remember being so surprised at the fallibility of technology. Never mind the sadness and the horror, but just, we were perfect. Maybe I hadn't been paying attention because nobody else thought we were perfect to begin with, but are children likely to grow up to be more fearful of technology?
They will probably question, and something that they took for granted cannot be taken for granted anymore, and they will wonder about it. But they're so spontaneous and flexible that they'll soon begin to support the whole idea again and really be encouraged and look towards the future. And I think the President's message really speaks to that.
Most kids are going to be very resilient. What kind of symptoms, however, would be a tip-off that a child is suffering more than normal?
If they were behaving in a manner that might not be typical for that child, very quiet, very withdrawn, maybe very angry, maybe some violent behavior, those kinds of things would tip off a parent or a teacher.
Would you expect to see that, or would that be very rare?
I think that in some children you might expect to see that, again, depending on their personalities. If they are children that typically hold in and maybe express their feelings in different ways. But each parent and teachers know their children, so they know that might be different behavior for that child.
Well, Dr. Gaffney, thank you for your insights. Really interesting. Helpful, I hope. We'll see how they are dealing with their loss in Krista McAuliffe's hometown this morning. But first, a station break.
Usually when Mike Leonard goes somewhere, it's in search of something light for our cross-country segment. But this morning, Mike's in Concord, New Hampshire, and it's not light. Morning, Mike.
Morning, John. In one respect, Concord, New Hampshire is just like every other town or city in America. Its people walk through life strengthened by lessons learned when they were very young.
They were made for each other, it seemed, Krista McAuliffe and Concord, New Hampshire. Unsophisticated, family-oriented, and hopeful.
Well, she was a regular person, but she reached out for a dream, and she wouldn't let go.
I thought when I get in high school, I could have her for a teacher. I thought she would be nice and do stuff with us like experiments and tell us what she did in space and stuff.
Yes, they were made for each other, Krista McAuliffe and children.
One thing that she wanted to come out of this was a sense that education is the vehicle which will take young people into the future.
Young people like Sarah Washburn, Space to her was a mystery, until a teacher came along and answered one of her questions in the local newspaper. After that,
she was walking about 5 feet off the ground most of the time.
as children will do, their joyous ride through life, after all, is just beginning.
Well, when it went up, I was like, hooray, our whole class was jumping up and down because we thought it was going up right when it went up and looked like a good flight. And then all of a sudden, when it bursted or exploded, our teacher started crying.
Because it just wasn't supposed to happen that way. Childhood adventure stories have happy endings. So thought the children who talked to Concord psychologist Mike Vanaski.
They were coming up with all sorts of fanciful solutions to the problem. Maybe they crawled out the window. Maybe they landed on an island.
Did they find the spacecraft?
No, in fact, the latest word we have officially here from NASA is that the crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger was killed in the explosion.
As disbelief became reality, local radio station WJYY became a shoulder to lean on. Their regular music program was dropped so that callers, many of them children, could get through.
We heard tonight that there was no survivors.
And it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision to just start taking phone calls, that maybe this was a way that people could express some of their feelings and reactions to the tragedy.
A tragedy felt most acutely by fellow teachers and parents.
I was feeling for Krista's children at that point, and I wanted to be with my own.
That's the way I felt also. I was just thinking, wouldn't that be terrible to have my mom go up there?
For the young people of Concord, New Hampshire, the lessons of life and death are now painfully clear, taught unforgettably by someone who loved and inspired them.
I hope that their kids do really well, and the father just does what he has to do and not worry about it, and just kind of go along and keep on trying to live.
I was discouraged she couldn't come back to talk to us about what happened. But I was glad at least she got to go up into space for like a minute. And she probably died saying, I reached my goal. I got into space. She went up. But she didn't make it into space, but she came close to it.
May be interested in the answer to the best that we know it, but you were talking with Norman Baker, the editor of Defense Daily, about the high-resolution cameras that NASA has that were taking pictures of the launch yesterday in probably much greater detail than the television pictures that we saw.
Much better resolution.
Will we ever see those?
Oh, I think so. Those beautiful films you see of the various space projects and of the shuttle going up and the Apollo, and some of those taken in outer space, some of the very best pictures were taken by those high-resolution cameras and lenses that NASA has, and I think very definitely we will see that.
So that NASA will be studying them frame by frame.
Certainly first, but I think certainly the public will see them
for the moment,
too.
I would guess that, like everything else, that's been impounded.
Yeah.
But, well, we'll see, and if we see, you'll see. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
One side, then the other side of the external tank. Then forward at the shuttle's attach point, and soon it is over. 10 miles up, the Challenger and its precious cargo of 7 are obliterated in a ball of fire. The solid booster rockets barrel on to form horn-like appendages in the blue, a dilemma of terror. And it is on the horns of that dilemma that NASA and this nation is this morning after.
This is Daybreak on CNN for Wednesday, January 29th. With Reed Collins in Washington and Marianne Laughlin and Bob Kane in Atlanta.
Good morning. The investigation is being mounted this morning like a long countdown to the cause of yesterday's shuttle tragedy. NASA has miles of computer tape to pore over and the views from half a dozen cameras to enhance and to probe. The investigators will view and review these final seconds of the flight. 10 miles up and 8 miles out, 74 seconds into the mission. NASA's cameras see first a flash of vapor or flame on the left side of the external tank inboard near the shuttle, then a second plume on the starboard side. More appears to be forward near the shuttle attach point. These slow motion sequences show, of course, what really happened in real-time seconds. And in seconds, the expanding explosion had engulfed the entire spacecraft like a dying star. From this fireball, debris would rain into the Atlantic Ocean for 15 minutes. Search vessels have recovered several small chunks of the space shuttle in the Atlantic now, and the search is resuming at this hour. CNN's Al Sunshine has more on the Florida recovery efforts.
What went wrong? What triggered America's worst space disaster? Finding the answer to that question is the focus of America's entire space program now. Even as a horrified nation watched Challenger explode into a huge fireball, a small fleet of ships and aircraft began setting into motion NASA's contingency plan to recover shuttle wreckage. It took more than an hour for all the debris to fall back to Earth. The search area covers 500 square miles off the coast of the Kennedy Space Center, 50 miles out to sea, and 100 miles up Florida's coast.
A small amount of debris has been found and brought back to Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Just what it is, how big, I don't know.
The investigation into what caused the Challenger disaster parallels the efforts to learn what happened after a commercial airline crash. The wreckage provides the physical clues into what happened. Records and paperwork will be checked and double-checked to background every detail of how Challenger and its rocket boosters were built and assembled together.
Try to fit together all the pieces of the puzzle and come to a conclusion that allows you to either fix whatever went wrong and go on. And it's a procedure that NASA goes through on on any problems that occur.
Reporters from around the world have converged on Kennedy Space Center's press headquarters, seeking information and updates, bits and pieces to the puzzle of what went wrong.
We're all sort of uninvited guests, and there are going to be more of us.
We're here. No. The immediate family watches the launch from the Launch Control Center, the roof of that building.
I don't exactly know. The Coast Guard Miami Center is coordinating all sea and air rescue efforts.
So I absolutely don't know. Who said it or what? I didn't hear that.
Military ships and aircraft will continue to patrol the waters off Cape Canaveral, looking for more clues into what caused Challenger to explode shortly after liftoff. There's no indication when the recovery efforts will be called off. Until those answers are found, all the hard work that landed an American on the moon is being channeled in one direction. NASA's had a disaster plan since the start of America's space shuttle program. It's never been used before, but now that plan is NASA's priority mission to answer the question of what caused the Challenger disaster. Al Sunshine, CNN, at the Kennedy Space Center.
The focal point of the investigation may be hundreds of miles inland in Texas. The investigation may center well at the Johnson Space Center near Houston. CNN's Jeff Flock is there live with us now this morning. Jeff, what can you tell us so far?
Well, Reed, we do know that, yes, much of the investigation will center here at the Johnson Space Center near Houston. Much of the data that has been impounded will be analyzed here. They have special equipment here that is able to do that. However, they were burning the midnight oil last night. In fact, the lights were on here at 2 buildings all night. Those were Building 30, that's mission control here in Houston, and Building 45, that's mission evaluation. Those lights did not go out last night here at the Johnson Space Center. They stayed up all night looking at the data, seeing what they can do to determine just what happened yesterday. In about 1 hour, some of the aerospace workers here that went home after a long day yesterday will be returning to the Johnson Space Center to come back and probably spend another long day, beginning to analyze data, taking a look and seeing if they can determine just what went wrong yesterday. This, obviously, disaster has been felt all across America, but this is one of the places that it's felt perhaps most poignantly. Nearly everyone in this community and the adjoining area has some connection to the space program. This morning's Houston Post headline says it just about as clearly as any said it. I know there are headlines all across America this morning like this one, but here in Houston and the adjoining area, it's felt very poignantly, the loss. Many of the people here having personal relationships with the astronauts that lost their lives all feel some sort of a special loss at what happened yesterday. We have reports that there will be a special church service, the first that we are aware of, a memorial service for those that lost their lives yesterday. That to happen, we are told, in about 4 or 5 hours. We'll try to bring you pictures from that. It will also be inside an area where full-scale shuttle models are located here at the Johnson Space Center, and show you just what they look like. We were in there yesterday. It's sort of an eerie feeling as we even climb through one of the models where a full-scale model, everything just the same as the one that went down yesterday. Reed, back to you.
Jeff, it took some 22 months after the Apollo launch pad fire in some 19 years ago, 1967, before the Apollo was redesigned, the investigation was over, and they were flying again. Does anybody there indicate to you any time estimate of all as to how much it may take in order to get this one finally pinned down?
Well, Reed, there is certainly the hope here that it will not take 22 months. In this community especially, there are people that have very close ties to the space program. They sell things to the space program. A lot of industries and people here tied to it. And in addition to the emotional attachment that they have, a loss of time like that, a 2-year shutdown, would certainly put a lot of folks out of business. And obviously no one wants to go back before it's safe. But there are many people, astronauts, and we've had them on our air, that have told us that they feel the program is still safe, and that we shouldn't spend 22 months analyzing and taking as much time as all that. They feel the program is safe, and whatever this is, whatever it's determined to be, has got to be just some sort of a fluke. And they want to see America back in space as soon as possible.
Thank you, Jeff. Live at the Johnson Space Center near Houston. Marianne.
Well, the shuttle explosion put everything else on hold at the White House. President Reagan postponed his scheduled State of the Union address to speak to the nation on what he called a day of mourning. We have a report from CNN's Charles Bierbauer.
President Reagan said he had been pained to the core by the tragedy. In his Oval Office message, he said the astronauts were aware of the dangers and the nation mourned 7 heroes.
They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us.
The president sent Vice President Bush to Cape Canaveral to express the president's personal concern, and NASA Director Bill Graham with instructions to find the cause and then go forward. The president ordered flags lowered across the nation and here at the White House, where he had watched in stunned silence a replay of the launch and explosion. It was, the president said, a very traumatic experience. On Capitol Hill, the House paused for a moment of silence. The president had at first planned to go ahead with a State of the Union address, but administration officials said that in Congress and at the White House there was a gathering consensus that the more you looked and watched and felt the impact, that the nation's focus was on the tragedy.
Today, our shock turns to sadness. We salute those who risked and gave their lives to serve our country at the last great frontiers.
The State of the Union was put off for a week, and the White House planned for the president to attend a memorial service for the 7. Amid the grief, Congress's own astronauts defended the safety record of the American space program.
So if there's one thing NASA has not done all the way through, it is take a chance on cutting corners. And we've grown accustomed to success. And it's been an amazingly successful program so far.
It's a surprise to me that it happened, but I would go again tomorrow. If NASA would let me go, I would go again.
The president agreed that there would be more shuttle flights, more shuttle crews, even more teachers in space. The president had designated a teacher as the first citizen traveler, and he had a message for the children who watched the shuttle take off, saying sometimes painful things like this happen.
It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them.
The president had planned to mention the shuttle flights in his State of the Union vision of the future, but everything changed in a fiery burst at midday. Still, the president said he had always had faith and respect in the space program, and what happened did nothing to diminish that. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, the White House.
It is 11 minutes past the hour. Senators Jake Garn and John Glenn joined Vice President Bush in meeting with the families of the Challenger crew. They paid tribute to the crew, extended condolences, and said the space program would carry on in their memory. Glenn was the first American to orbit the Earth. He said NASA is busy now trying to figure out what went wrong. Garn, who flew on a shuttle mission, said he was touched by the families urging that space exploration continue.
We had a very moving meeting with the families, and I don't know that I've ever been more touched because Mrs. Scobie, the wife of the commander of the flight, said she was speaking for all of the families, and the message that she wanted to tell the Vice President and Senator Glenn and I was that the space program should go ahead. They didn't want it slowed down or stopped, and they knew that their husbands and wives, families would want that too. So, extremely difficult meeting to go to with them. The children were there, the children of Mike Smith, who helped train me. But I was very moved by that meeting.
NASA is busy with an investigative team already analyzing what happened. They went through their plan with us before we left for how they're planning to investigate the whole thing. And they'll find out what went wrong before anybody else is launched.
As you know, it may take some time before investigators determine what caused the Challenger to explode. But as CNN's Chuck Roberts reports, Challenger was not a stranger to engine problems.
March 1983. The shuttle Challenger stuck on the launch pad because of what appeared to be an ongoing design flaw in its three main engines. Engineers found small cracks which could have leaked explosive hydrogen into the rear portion of the shuttle during launch. The engines were modified and replaced, but the head of a government investigative committee later concluded the modifications were not enough to safely fix the problem. Challenger wasn't the only shuttle involved, since shuttle engines are interchangeable. The engines are not only traded between shuttles, they're subjected to continuing engineering changes.
There has been a history of problems with the Space Shuttle's three main engines, going back to the very start of the program in the early 1970s. NASA has been in the process of changing the design of those engines all along, even as it was launching so-called operational, supposedly mature missions.
When Challenger finally did complete its 1983 mission, another chilling problem came to light. After the landing, NASA revealed a fault in one of the Challenger's reusable rocket boosters that could have caused the shuttle to veer out of control or explode during launch.
There have been several flights where there was evidence of the nozzle being within a hair's breadth of failure, and these were in some recent flights.
There have been some problems with solid rocket motors in the past. I believe these have been corrected, but as you recall, a couple of satellites were temporarily lost in 1984 due to failures of solids.
Those booster problems were traced to faulty materials in the manufacturing process. NASA has made no mention of the past engine or booster episodes in connection with Tuesday's disaster. Biddle is drawing no conclusions either, but says NASA may find clues in Challenger's unsettled history. Chuck Roberts, CNN Space Watch.
The families of the 7 crew members who died in the crash are grieving today. Many were at the Kennedy Space Center yesterday and watched as the shuttle carrying their loved ones blew up. Most said the astronauts died doing what they wanted to do most, flying into space. In Krista McAuliffe's hometown of Concord, New Hampshire, friends and former students attended a memorial service. They prayed for the high school teacher who was chosen to be the first private citizen in space.
Progress is a costly thing. We forget how many others have paid a price for us to benefit from what they have done.
The disaster touched people around the world. French President François Mitterrand sent a telegram to President Reagan. He said the French people were deeply distressed over the accident. The Soviet ambassador to the United Nations conveyed his country's deepest sympathy to the families of the crew members. Soviet television told its viewers about the explosion just 30 minutes after it happened. And Britain's Queen Elizabeth said she was shocked and saddened by the news. In a message to President Reagan, she said it was tragic that the wonderful story of the space shuttle should have taken its price in brave young lives.
In this country, millions of people watched in disbelief as the shuttle disintegrated in midair. Here's how Americans reacted to the news.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
It is with deep, heartfelt sorrow that I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived.
You get chills, when you first hear about it. And, I don't know, you start wondering why, they're doing it and why they're going up so often and that type of stuff.
It hit me kind of hard.
Everybody was shocked.
The bar went silent, nobody spoke, just watched in stunned silence.
I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy.
They served our hopes for scientific exploration and for human progress.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
May your spirit, O Lord, be with them, and may your love follow them and their families this day and every day, we pray. Amen.
This is Dave Wright for
Half past the hour, and here's a look at our top story of this morning. NASA has begun what's likely to be a lengthy inquiry into yesterday's explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger that killed all 7 astronauts aboard. This worst disaster in the history of the U.S. space program happened just 74 seconds after liftoff from Florida's Kennedy Space Center. NASA now is searching a wide area in the Atlantic for wreckage. Most of the pieces found so far are small, many of them tiles from the spacecraft. The space agency says it will not even speculate on what may have caused the disaster. However, some experts fear there may have been a leak in the shuttle's main fuel tank. 5 men and 2 women made up the Challenger crew. The shuttle's commander, the pilot, 3 mission specialists, a payload specialist, and that first private citizen to go up in space, Krista McAuliffe, the teacher from Concord, New Hampshire, who had planned to conduct 2 lessons from space for the schoolrooms on Earth. One she called the ultimate field trip, the other, where we've been, where we're going, why. Her hometown of Concord is grieving, of course, along with the rest of the nation. Prayer services were held for the 37-year-old teacher. The minister at last night's service telling his congregation, while we grieve, we must also be happy for what she tried to do. President Reagan called yesterday a day of mourning. Mr. Reagan postponing his planned State of the Union speech last night, addressing the nation earlier on the shuttle disaster instead. The president called the 7 astronauts heroes and promised that the space shuttle program will press on. Mr. Reagan also ordered the flags to be flown at half-staff for 1 full week in honor of the victims of the Challenger crash. We'll have more on the shuttle. 24 times an American space shuttle had thundered into space and returned home safely. But for a first time yesterday, a shuttle vehicle blew up shortly after liftoff and killed all 7 on board. As Bill McGowan reports, this worst disaster in the history of the space program was not the first.
Tragedy struck once before in the U.S. space program. In 1967, 3 astronauts were killed when fire swept through their Apollo spacecraft as it was being tested on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral. The deaths of Gus Grissom, Edward White, and Roger Chaffee are the only fatalities on board a spacecraft in the U.S. space program. That fire apparently started when an electrical spark ignited the oxygen-rich atmosphere in the spacecraft. The tragedy delayed the Apollo program for nearly 2 years while safety features were added. The Soviets were first in space with Sputnik in 1957 and first with a man in space with Yuri Gagarin's 1961 Earth orbit. They too have paid a cost in human life. A cosmonaut was killed during a 1967 spaceflight when the craft's parachute failed to open on returning to Earth. In 1971, 3 Soviet cosmonauts were found dead in their return spacecraft after 24 days in orbit. Despite spectacular achievements like landing men on the moon, America's space effort has been plagued with technical problems from its earliest days. The Space Shuttle program has had its share of technical troubles. The Shuttle Challenger has had earlier flights aborted because of fuel contamination, and one of its missions was cut short when an engine shut down in flight. The frequent launch postponements underline NASA's concern for safety factors, but today's tragedy emphasizes that human ingenuity cannot eliminate the element of danger from the exploration of space. Bill McGowan, CNN.
The Soviets responded very quickly to the American space tragedy, and just hours after Challenger exploded, tens of millions of Soviet citizens watched the disaster on television on videotape. CNN's Stuart Lurie has more from Moscow.
There was no gloating in Moscow over the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. 4 Soviet cosmonauts have already been killed in space flight. The risks are understood here. My colleague V. Jorgensen interviewed academician Roald Segdeev, one of the leaders of the Soviet space program.
For those who already decided to dedicate their careers, their lives to that particular field of activity, it is it's very grave, of course, but anyway, it wouldn't stop us. We knew from the beginning that the space flight is not a stroll.
At the American embassy, the flag flew at half-mast. On the streets of Moscow, Soviet citizens expressed sorrow and condolences.
I would like to express my deepest condolences to the American nation, to wish them not to have a similar tragedy in the future. I'm a teacher, so that's why I'm so upset. The first teacher in space, and she died. I express my condolences as well.
The Soviets had learned of the explosion Tuesday night on the primetime television news program Vremya, less than 2 hours after it happened. Radio Moscow announced a condolence meeting.
And in the United Nations, envoys of the countries members of the Security Council have interrupted their meetings in order to honor the memory of 7 American astronauts who died in the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger.
Although the Soviets have been highly critical of the Space Shuttle program in the past for its military purposes, that was not mentioned at all in the early reports. Newspapers handled the story in a low-key manner. Pravda's headline said simply, "Tragedy at Cape Canaveral." The story was played at the bottom of page 5, under a cartoon, lampooning the Pentagon for opposing the elimination of nuclear weapons in the 21st century. The Soviets have no reusable space shuttle at present, although there have been indications that they're building one. The Soviets have chosen to concentrate on orbiting space stations instead, employing non-reusable space capsules to ferry cosmonauts back and forth. 4 of my Soviet friends called me after the disaster to express sympathy. There is a time when human tragedy surpasses politics, and this is one of them. The sorrow of the Soviet people is deep and genuine. Stuart Lurie, CNN, Moscow.
Space flight because they did believe in the program. CNN's Ron Israel reports on who these pioneers were.
2, 1, and liftoff.
7 Americans were on board when the Space Shuttle Challenger lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center. The crew members included 3 trained pilots, a laser expert, the second woman to fly in space, a Hughes aircraft engineer, and Krista McAuliffe, the woman who was to have been the first teacher in space. Challenger's pilot was 40-year-old Michael Smith. He flew missions in Vietnam and was awarded the Navy's Distinguished Flying Cross. He said flying was a dream he had since childhood.
You know, as far back as I can remember, all I ever wanted to do was fly. And when I was a young kid coming up, of course, the space program was just getting started, and my interest just naturally from the flying aspects went over to wanting to fly into space, and it's just something that I've wanted to do all my life. And I don't know how I got interested. I can't tell you. I just have always been interested in doing flying.
The flight was commanded by 46-year-old Francis Dick Scobie. The Challenger flight was going to be his second trip aboard the space shuttle. Scobie was a test pilot with the Air Force. He entered the space program in 1979, and he believed Krista McAuliffe would serve as an important role model for younger Americans.
The lasting part is going to be the idea that she puts in the head of both teachers and students to expect to be in space. In other words, their future, space is part of their future. They expect to live and work there. And if she can do that, she's doing a lot for mankind.
Mission Specialist Ellison Onizuka was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was a member of the crew of the Defense Department's first super-secret shuttle flight.
I think that there is a need for, what we did on our first mission, and I fully believe that it's something that this country needed, the rest of the free world needed it.
Dr. Judy Resnick was a biomedical engineer before joining the space program in 1978. She said Krista McAuliffe became a part of the team, even though she was not a trained astronaut.
She knows where we're going to be standing, how busy it's going to be, where she can help, where we need our space, and she has learned an awful lot and become a team member.
Payload specialist Gregory Jarvis was an electrical engineer who joined the program only 2 years ago. He talked about the space vehicle.
Well, it's been very satisfying because you are close to the space. You don't get to do the ultimate trip, but you're close enough to the program that you really feel like you're contributing, and you bring your friends in to see the spacecraft, and they look at it, and you say, gee, I wonder, maybe it is something special, because I spent all my life around it, so it becomes very mundane to me.
Finally, 36-year-old mission specialist Ronald McNair was a physicist. He became an astronaut in 1978 following work at the Hughes Research Laboratories. McNair planned to track Halley's Comet during the Challenger mission.
Probably everything we know about it we're going to learn during this trip. We're going to learn something about some of the gases and elements that the comet are composed of. What does that tell us? Well, that comet exists now the way it did at the creation, origin of the universe.
McNair was the second black astronaut to fly in space. Ron Israel, CNN.
900 feet per second, altitude 9 nautical miles.
That is this hour of Daybreak. I'm Bob Kang.
I'm Marianne Laughlin. Daybreak continues now with more coverage of the shuttle disaster.
Join Reed Collins, Patrick Greenlaw, and Molly McCoy.
One side, then the other, near the external tank. Forward then at the shuttle's attach point, and then 10 miles up, it ends with the Challenger spacecraft and its crew of 7 engulfed in a ball of fire.
Velocity 2,900 feet per second, altitude 9 nautical miles, downrange.
The solid rockets careen on and trace an image of horns in the heavens. In his prayers this morning, the Pope has called the 7 courageous pioneers of progress, science, and mankind.
This is Daybreak on CNN for Wednesday, January 29th. With Reed Collins in Washington and Molly McCoy and Patrick Greenlaw in Atlanta.
Good morning. The search is on this morning for the reason for yesterday's Challenger disaster. In the computer banks of NASA, in the videotapes of the flight, in the stacks of worksheets signed off on through the process of building the craft and mounting it on Launch Pad 39B. We get more on this inquiry and CNN's Ken Chambers.
Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Video showed the explosion of Challenger in excruciating detail, but it did not initially reveal the cause. The explosion came a little more than a minute after launch, at a point where one of the shuttle's 2 solid rocket boosters attached to the ship. And those boosters, which trouble some scientists, will be closely examined in the investigation underway.
There have been several flights where there was evidence of the nozzle being within a hair's breadth of failure, and these were in some recent flights. Another problem has been oscillations in the gas flow in the rocket motors. This is a very common problem in solid rockets, and the amplitudes of these oscillations have been getting larger in some of the more recent flights, and there is cause for concern.
But former astronaut David Scott is not so sure about that, and thinks NASA has improved in its use of solid rocket fuel.
As I viewed the film, I didn't see any problem with the solids. They were very straight and true. Had there been a burn-through or a nozzle problem, there would have been a corkscrew or a tumble. I didn't recognize any problem. I should hope there isn't any.
The first visible sign of a problem was the explosion itself, but slow-motion replays of the final seconds of flight show what appears to be a fire burning between Challenger and its volatile external fuel tank. A fuel line from that tank to the shuttle to power its three main engines runs along the underside of the space shuttle. Less than a second later, after the fire appeared, it seemed to trigger a huge fireball that enveloped the entire ship. All that remained were two solid rocket boosters careening out of control back to Earth. In any case, the investigation is expected to take months and hundreds of experts. Ken Chambers, CNN Space Watch.
While NASA investigates the cause of yesterday's explosion, the Coast Guard and others search the waters of the Atlantic for pieces of the shuttle. CNN's Larry Lamont is at the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Larry, have the recovery teams found anything of significance so far?
Well, they have found various forms of debris. Whether they are significant or not, we don't know at this point. But with me is Lieutenant Commander Jim Simpson of the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is coordinating the search efforts. Maybe you can tell us whether anything significant has been found, Commander.
We don't really know. I mean, the ships have found various pieces of debris, the largest being 10 feet long. Some of them have markings on them, some of them don't. We stopped recovery efforts last night when it got dark because there was concern that the ships might collide with some floating tanks in darkness. So we anchored the ships. Now, when the sun came up, they went back at it this morning. And I don't really know if there's anything significant or not. They really won't know that until they get it into the dock and the NASA folks get a look at it.
Just how large is this search operation?
Well, we've got 8 ships, 4 Coast Guard, 4 Navy, and we've got 7 aircraft from Navy, Coast Guard, and Air Force. So it's a pretty large search effort.
And how important is it to find every particle from the Challenger?
Well, you'd have to talk to the NASA people about that. I mean, we are trying to do our best to recover whatever they think they need to help with the investigation.
There have been reports that private citizens have been finding debris. What is the concern about danger? What danger is presented over citizens coming across this debris?
Well, of course, part of it is they need to get those pieces intact as best they can for the investigation. The other is that there are hazardous materials, flammable materials, toxic materials, and they don't want any private vessels or citizens entering the search area to impede the recovery efforts.
I take it that this search has been given a very high priority.
Certainly.
Okay. So Lieutenant Commander Jim Simpson, of course, NASA wants to find a cause of that explosion as quickly as possible, because only after they find what caused it can they fix it and get the space shuttle program back in gear. And so every manpower available is being used to find debris, and the computers are being looked through. An inquiry board may be named today, a formal inquiry board, to investigate this matter. All attention being given now to finding a cause as people try to recover from the shock of what happened yesterday.
Thank you. That was Larry Lamont reporting live from the Kennedy Space Center. It is almost 6 minutes past the hour now. Because of the shuttle tragedy, President Reagan has postponed his State of the Union message for a week. It had been scheduled for last night, but he did address the nation, saying the U.S. will continue its quest in space. The president says there will be more shuttle flights, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space.
The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of Earth to touch the face of God.
Mr. Reagan ordered flags flown at half-staff at U.S. buildings and military posts around the world in memory of the Challenger astronauts. The president is expected to participate in some form of memorial service once a location is decided.
Vice President George Bush calls the Challenger crew 7 splendid men and women who now rest in God's arms. Bush arrived back in Washington last night after a trip to the Kennedy Space Center. Accompanying him were 2 past space travelers, Senators John Glenn and Jake Garn. They went to Florida to pay tribute to the men and women with the courage to take a risk.
Today's tragedy reminds us that danger awaits all who push back the frontier of space. It reminds us that the great adventure of space travel requires men and women of spirit and bravery.
And Vice President Bush says it would be a fitting memorial to the 7 dead astronauts if the nation would resolve to continue to be great in spirit, great in courage. Internationally, today, Pope John Paul II praised the 7 astronauts who died aboard Challenger as, quote, courageous pioneers of progress. He offered prayers for the crew during his weekly general audience at the Vatican. Speaking in Italian, Pope John Paul said the tragedy has caused deep pain for the people around the world.
For the first time, America has lost a spacecraft crew in flight, but it has seen astronauts die before. The last disaster struck the U.S. space program in 1967. Astronauts Virgil Grissom, Edward Wright, and Roger Chaffee were burned to death during a rehearsal takeoff leading up to the first Apollo mission. But the American program is not the only one to be touched by tragedy. 4 Soviet cosmonauts have died in space-related accidents.
You know, nothing makes up for the human cost of what happened to Challenger yesterday, and no insurance coverage for the astronauts who died will be paid by the government. A major space insurance underwriter, though, says all 7 members of the shuttle crew signed a total waiver. But Lloyd's of London has already begun processing a $1 million gift insurance policy for the family of astronaut Krista McAuliffe. It was donated last week by a Washington area company that specializes in space coverage. McAuliffe, who was to be America's first teacher in space, is survived by her husband and 2 children.
3rd grade classmates of Krista McAuliffe's son returned to McAuliffe's hometown of Concord, New Hampshire last night. Their field trip to the Kennedy Space Center yesterday has left them with tragic memories and has left one community full of grief and pride. CNN's Lee Green reports.
She was, by all accounts, a remarkable woman, the first teacher in space, and loved by students, teachers, and townfolk alike at her home in Concord, New Hampshire. The students were watching the takeoff at school Tuesday morning. When the dimensions of the tragedy became clear, they were sent home, most of them in shock.
Just a lot of people and a lot of grief and a lot of shock. They said on TV that it blew up and everybody started crying. That's when I realized what happened.
It was hard to believe at first because there'd been so many others that were not so good, and this one not blew up.
Teachers and civic officials had a news conference at the school Tuesday afternoon.
We extend our sincere condolences to the McAuliffe family, particularly to Krista's immediate family, to their relatives and friends in this terrible hour of tragedy. The staff in particular are taking this event very, very, very sorrowfully.
At a service held at Krista's church, still more family and friends turned out. The organist is also a McAuliffe who says all McAuliffes are related and originate in County Cork, Ireland. It was a solemn occasion, interrupted somewhat by the media, who were nearly as numerous as the mourners. Father Chester Morawa tried to put things in perspective by quoting St. Paul.
St. Paul tells us that when we strive in life and in the pursuit of eternal life, we should so run as to win the race.
Krista McAuliffe's house is being watched by Concord police. Her husband, parents, and other members of her immediate family were at Cape Canaveral when the disaster occurred. Concord was filled with pride when Krista was chosen and is now filled with sorrow at her tragic end. Services are planned at several Concord churches as friends and neighbors try to come to grips with their grief.
I think there's a real deep sense of loss, not just with myself, but obviously the whole community for that matter. And she was very well known and I'm sure very well loved by many, many people, and her loss is going to be very deeply felt.
NASA had chosen absolutely the best person in the country to be the teacher in space, and correspondingly devastated.
She was delighted to have been selected and had planned to keep a diary of her space adventure, a kind of ordinary person's impression of life in space. History has been robbed of that unique perspective, and Concord has lost a fine educator and a dear friend. Lee Green, CNN, Concord, New Hampshire.
Before yesterday's tragedy, hundreds of American reporters had signed up hoping for a ride on the shuttle. NASA was to pick a journalist to fly this fall. Some of them today said they'd still go if they had a chance. Perhaps the best-known reporter who applied was Walter Cronkite. He says he has always feared that one day all that explosive fuel would get loose with a man aboard. But he said while mourning the crew of Challenger, America should not turn its back on the frontiers of space. He says there's still a lot to do out there.
Some people have compared the impact of the news to the moment they heard President Kennedy was dead. CNN's Ellen Barnes surveys how the nation reacted yesterday to the tragedy of the Challenger and its crew.
News of Challenger's explosion Tuesday sent a paralyzing chill across America. Hundreds of people were on hand at Kennedy Space Center to witness the flight. But what they saw horrified and stunned them.
I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived.
Space flights have seemingly become routine, and most Americans take their safety for granted. No one likes to think that something could actually go wrong.
I think it was always in the back of everybody's mind that it might happen sometime, but I don't think we expected it.
NASA, of course, has always been concerned about safety, but even when it comes to possibly saving a life, there are limits.
You cannot build a protective system that would keep the crew from, being incapacitated in an accident like that. But if you do, then it would be so heavy you couldn't get it off the ground, and it would cut into your payload.
Still, knowing the risk doesn't make a tragedy like this any easier to accept, especially to one of the astronauts' brothers.
We're not holding up well at all, as you might expect. Our feelings are mixed.
He remembers his brother like this.
That's a whole bunch of memories. That's a bad question. He liked to fly airplanes. His whole life was flying, and I guess that's what I'll remember. It was his love of flying and of the space program.
Death responsibility of protecting.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
It is with deep, heartfelt sorrow that I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, the space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived.
You get chills, when you first hear about it. And, I don't know, you start wondering why, they're doing it and why they're going up so often and that type of stuff.
It hit me kind of hard.
Everybody was shocked. They all went silent. Nobody spoke. Just watched in stunned silence.
I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy.
They served our hopes for scientific exploration and for human progress.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
May your spirit, O Lord, be with them, and may your love follow them and their families this day and every day, we pray. Amen.
I'm sorry, we didn't read that question. And while they're repairing that circuit to Washington, we'll go to the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland.
Mark Weaver, WBAL Radio in Baltimore. Has this raised any questions about how reliable the space shuttle is? Might there just be too many things that could go wrong with a vessel this complicated?
Well, that question, I'm sure, will be asked, and I don't want to speculate on that at this point in time. That's certainly a logical question for somebody to ask.
Ken Carroll from WDVM in Washington. Were there any unusual weather conditions aloft or any unusual weather conditions during the launch?
None that we observed that I recall. We did put up some weather balloons early this morning. We did look at load conditions as we normally do, and the winds aloft looked good. We didn't have any exceedances as far as our load indicators are concerned, to my knowledge, and we thought everything was in good shape for a launch this morning.
Mr. Moore, I.J. Hudson from WRC-TV. Has it become a problem that you have been too good in the past, that the American people have seen flawlessly perform missions on TV almost routinely, and that something like this happens all of a sudden, it hits home even harder?
Well, I don't know how to answer your question specifically. We always strive in every flight that we perform to be as reliable and as safe as we possibly can, and to do everything that we can to ensure that the vehicle and the systems are all ready to fly. Flight safety is our number one priority in the space shuttle program. And certainly when you see an event like this morning, we are going to have to do a very detailed assessment of the set of circumstances to try to understand what occurred, and we will then in turn assess the impacts from that to determine where we go in the future.
I think you can hear it over the speaker.
Okay, back here at the Kennedy Space Center, we only have time for a couple more questions. Jay Barbary from NBC News in the front row here.
Jess, I would like to know if you know what happened to Challenger. Can we assume that it was consumed in the explosion? And can you tell us specifically what you know now that the recovery crew has recovered in the impact area?
I have not gotten a briefing, Jay, on what the recovery team has found at this point in time. And I have basically looked at the NASA Select photos and so forth that you did, and all I can say is that it appeared from those photos that there was an explosion. And that's about all I can say at this point in time.
Okay, we have time for only one more question, and James Fisher from the Orlando Sentinel has had his hand up a long time.
Jess, I realize this is a rather forward-thinking question, but what is the situation with the Rockwell plant about the possibility for ordering another shuttle? Has the assembly line been shut down? What's the situation with that?
Well, as we've discussed in the past, we are manufacturing structural spares for an orbiter system, and that manufacturing process is continuing. We are also buying spares for the current fleet that we have, and there is a production capability there if and when it's decided that that's the next step we want to do, is to move forward and do that. So I think the bottom line answer to your question is yes, that is a possibility, that we could implement a production capability for another orbiter if that were decided to be the thing to do.
NASA Administrator there answering some very difficult questions, of course only speculating, and many of those questions he has no answers for.
In one of the largest news conferences ever held. We'll be back after this break with more. Go away.
Formal Review Board. I am aware and have seen the media is showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy.
The administrator there of America's Space Flight Center, Jess Moore, also in his press conference, which ended just a few moments ago at Cape Canaveral, Florida, Jess Moore said that he was the one this morning, Steve, that gave the final go-ahead. He felt despite all the weather and technical delays of the past several days that they were right to go this morning at about 11:35 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at the Cape, and he gave the decision to go ahead. Of course, He was not to know, and no one was to know, that this would end in America's worst space tragedy.
In fact, it's the first such failure in 56 U.S. man-in-space missions.
Yes, the last such failure of note, as you have mentioned a couple of times on the air this morning, was back in January of 1967. 3 astronauts died, but of course that was on the launch pad. That vehicle never left the ground.
Bob, I know it came up during the news conference, and I noticed that Jesse Moore was at great pains to deny any suggestion that pressure to keep the program going. I mean, they have 15 of these missions planned prior to this morning for 1986. But I'm sure there are going to be some people in America now, from the American politician down to the man in the street, who are going to say there's just too much pressure. They're just pushing these too quickly and too hard.
Except for back in 1969, when, of course, Americans walked on the moon, this was to be NASA's most spectacular year. All those launches to be fit into a very tight schedule. Just 1 or 2 major delays along the way, and they would not have met that schedule. Of course, we know now that that schedule will never be met, that there will be an intensive investigation before they go ahead. But yes, I think the impression of the man in the street is maybe we're just pushing too hard, too fast. Let's retract and think about all of this very carefully.
Okay, Bob, I gather the next development, given we've just had the news conference out of Cape Canaveral, will be the news conference that's been called by President Reagan from the White House.
Yes, he was to deliver his annual State of the Union message to a joint session of the U.S. Congress this evening. That will not take place. Instead, in approximately 8 or 9 minutes from now, just after 9 a.m. your time, that will be just after 5 p.m. in Washington, he will make an address from the Oval Office of the White House and talk specifically to the American people about his feelings and the impact of this great tragedy involving America's space program.
Okay, Bob, thanks for that. We'll leave you there for the moment. But as Bob just mentioned, President Reagan's due to give that news conference in 8 or 9 minutes from now. The Today Show will stay on the air this morning, and we'll be taking you live to the Oval Office in the White House for that news conference, or that statement to the nation from President Reagan. Patrice.
But at the moment, we're going to be taking a break. And
the others that he missed, we didn't get a chance to pick up on. Francis Scobie, 46, the pilot. Krista McAuliffe, of course, the teacher, the civilian who was killed, and Ellison Onizuka, the Japanese American who was an Air Force engineer, and we just came in there on the young lady Judith Resnick, the second woman of the flight crew, the engineer. Ironically, yesterday, our time, and the very anniversary in America today, was 19 years ago in 1967, in which the Apollo 6 astronauts were killed whilst on the ground due to a fire in their spacecraft. This looked back on such an appropriate, if you can call it, anniversary.
Tragedy struck once before in the U.S. space program. In 1967, 3 astronauts were killed when fire swept through their Apollo spacecraft as it was being tested on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral. The deaths of Gus Grissom, Edward White, and Roger Chaffee are the only fatalities on board a spacecraft in the U.S. space program. That fire apparently started when an electrical spark ignited the oxygen-rich atmosphere in the spacecraft. The tragedy delayed the Apollo program for nearly 2 years while safety features were added. The Soviets were first in space with Sputnik in 1957 and first with a man in space with Yuri Gagarin's 1961 Earth orbit. They, too, have paid a cost in human life. A cosmonaut was killed during a 1967 spaceflight when the craft's parachute failed to open on returning to Earth. In 1971, 3 Soviet cosmonauts were found dead in their return spacecraft after 24 days in orbit. Despite spectacular achievements like landing men on the moon, America's space effort has been plagued with technical problems from its earliest days. The Space Shuttle program has had its share of technical troubles. The Shuttle Challenger has had earlier flights aborted because of fuel contamination, and one of its missions was cut short when engine shut down in flight. The frequent launch postponements underline NASA's concern for safety factors, but today's tragedy emphasizes that human ingenuity cannot eliminate the element of danger from the exploration of space.
1967, 4 Russians died, 3 Americans. More after this. Stay with us.
Claiming the lives of the 7 astronauts on board. So that's in the next 5 or 10 minutes. We'll take you back live to the United States. In the meantime,
Welcome back to Good Morning Australia. Well, of course, it's been a tragedy today with the 25th launch of the Challenger. It was the second of 15 due to take off this year. It was to be a milestone in the Space Shuttle's missions, because for the first time in history, an American citizen who was a social studies teacher from New Hampshire, Krista McAuliffe, was on that flight. And I think if we're going to end this program today, in fact, we'll have a look at a little background on some of the astronauts and, of course, Krista McAuliffe.
Get back to kids and to anybody that, you know, to go for it. You know, to go ahead and push for something. Maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen. But I felt good because I reached out for that.
He would fly again tomorrow if NASA would let him. Bernard Shaw in Washington.
Craft shuttle accident just a few minutes ago off Florida. Let us pray. May your spirit, O Lord, be with them, and may your love follow them and their families this day and every day, we pray. Amen.
The tragedy and its victims, and a prayer offered on the floor of the House of Representatives in America. We were due, as you're probably aware, to end Good Morning Australia right here. We have had, just as in the last few moments, a report that President Reagan is about to address the news networks throughout America and the world. We've decided that we'll continue the program, bring you that report live throughout the network. We're crossing now live back on our satellite to CNN News Network for a continuation of all the latest details. We'll go back right now.
Prior to his coming in to talk to the anchorman and the White House correspondents, that never happened. As soon as he was told, he immediately went into a study, and he was shocked, as were you, as were all of us, at what happened. First Lady Nancy Reagan, also shocked. Vice President George Bush, dispatched by the president to Cape Canaveral, Florida, to talk with the families and to be with the loved ones down there. Now we're going to be going to the Oval Office, to the presidential seal, and the president sitting behind his desk in the Oval Office at the White House. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd planned to speak to you tonight to report on the State of the Union. But the events of earlier today have led me to change those plans. Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the Shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. And perhaps we've forgotten the courage it took for the crew of the shuttle. But they, the Challenger 7, were aware of the dangers, but overcame them and did their jobs brilliantly. We mourn 7 heroes: Michael Smith, Dick Scobie, Judith Resnick, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and Krista McAuliffe. We mourn their loss as a nation together. The families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. We've grown used to wonders in this century. It's hard to dazzle us. But for 25 years, the United States space program has been doing just that. We've grown used to the idea of space, and perhaps we forget that we've only just begun. We're still pioneers. They, the members of the Challenger crew, were pioneers. And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. I've always had great faith in and respect for our space program, and what happened today does nothing to diminish it. We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public. That's the way freedom is, and we wouldn't change it for a minute. We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue. I want to add that I wish I could talk to every man and woman who works for NASA or who worked on this mission and tell them your dedication and professionalism have moved and impressed us for decades, and we know of your anguish. We share it. There's a coincidence today. On this day, 390 years ago, the great explorer Sir Francis Drake died aboard ship off the coast of Panama. In his lifetime, the great frontiers were the oceans, and a historian later said he lived by the sea, died on it, and was buried in it. Well, today, we can say of the Challenger crew, their dedication was, like Drake's, complete. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. Thank you.
That statement by President Reagan live from the United States.
Addressing the...
Good morning, Australia, as we continue into more time, bring you the latest details and as much coverage as we can gather from our satellite resources. After this break, we continue.
Assurance, undertaking, call it what you will, that the space program will continue. I guess the unknown factor is, when will it be resumed? We don't know that.
Of course not, and a lot of investigation will come in the weeks, months ahead. This had been a year that was to be very ambitious in the annuals of space travel in the United States. 15 missions, as you mentioned just a few moments ago, Steve, were scheduled for this year. Certainly the most exciting year for NASA since 1969, when Americans first walked on the moon. That, of course, is not to be in '86. There will obviously be a long time now for study and reflection. But as President Reagan said, this is an open society. These faults, these warts will show up, and I'm sure this country will rally itself together. 3 men were killed on the launch pad once before, back in 1967. This country pulled itself together then, and it went through a very successful period in space. There's nothing to think it won't happen again.
Next time the space shuttle does go into space, we may be looking at robots instead of humans, though, by the looks of things.
Well, of course, robots can do a certain amount, as we had in a long unmanned space program in this country, but you get to the point, even with the most sophisticated computers, that only human beings can handle.
Bob, you mentioned man walking on the moon. You mentioned the tragedy of, what was it, 19 years ago, January 27, '67. When one remembers America's involvement in the space program, they're the things you remember. Now we've got something else we'll remember in the years to come. But it, of course, occurred mid-morning, certainly on the east coast of America. Are Americans reacting to the news in a public manner at the moment?
Yes, they are. There have been interviews with individuals around the country, of course, all registering great shock. Perhaps there was not as much attention being paid to the space race now as in the late '60s when men walked on the moon. Shuttles have become almost routine. The networks were cutting to maybe 30 seconds of pre-launch coverage, and then the shuttle would take off. As a matter of fact, here on the West Coast this morning, watching television, only one of the 4 major networks, the cable news network, actually carried the launch live. The others, of course, went to live coverage very quickly when they realized there was tragedy, but it had become that routine. Yet, nevertheless, it does have a big impact on Americans, and this tragedy will be felt for a long time by all of us here.
Bob, we'll have speech in the future. Thank you for all your work this morning.
Thank you,
Bob.
Steve.
And Patrice, that's it for today.
Sure is a big...
is still taken away this morning with the fact the speed at which we can get this information from the United States, the speed at which they can set up national press conferences and have all this information, the speculation as to what happens. Now, of course, the story is going to go on. And the tragedy of seeing Mr. and Mrs. Corrigan, of Christine McAuliffe's parents. But interesting to note what Ken Burslem, our correspondent, mentioned before, the first people to send condolences with the Soviet Union. Of course, the East-West relationships have been very chilly in past years, but maybe on an international level, this could just say, in space, let's join hands, and there's some sort of brotherhood, and it's nice to see. It's unfortunate it has to stand on that level, though.
We've got to leave it there. We'll let you return to normal programming in Sydney, of course. Good morning, Sydney. In other states, the morning programs will continue. As we said, we apologise, but the story obviously needs that kind of coverage. We'll continue again in our news services tonight, and we hope you can improve on the day from here. Good morning, Australia.
Good morning, Australia.
Space Shuttle Challenger blasts off on its 25th mission. At 1 minute and 15 seconds into its flight, there was in the heavens, and the sky caught fire as the shuttle exploded in fragments.
1 minute 15 seconds, velocity 2,900 feet per second, altitude 9 nautical miles, downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
All 7 crew members on board are dead. Man's reach for the stars and the price we have to pay. Hello, I'm Richard Zachariah. We've almost become blasé to the wonder of the whole space shuttle operation. This morning, while much of the world slept, 7 people died on what should have been a routine flight around the planet. On 11 a.m. today, we'll bring you the fullest coverage of this tragedy, something that really has been an explosion heard around the world. Here's Greg Hoy in our Los Angeles studio.
Thanks, Richard. It's now more than 7 hours since Americans awoke to find that this, the greatest tragedy in the history of their beloved space program, had taken place. It seems that NASA officials are no closer now to determining exactly what the cause was of the incident. Let's take a look at how this great tragedy unfolded.
6, we have main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
For commentator Richard Kobe and his NASA colleagues, this looked to be a flawless repeat of the 24 previous shuttle missions from Kennedy Space Center. But 1 minute and 30 seconds after liftoff, not even NASA officials could fathom what went wrong. The NASA commentary continued.
1 minute 15 seconds, velocity 2,900 feet per second, altitude 9 nautical miles, downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
For the crowd gathered at Kennedy Space Center, there was the elation of witnessing the stunning launch, then the realization that something terrible had gone wrong. A silence descended on the Kennedy and Johnson Space Centers as NASA scrambled to both accept and explain what had happened. Thanks to the perfect weather over Florida, the best clue as to the cause of the explosion came from slow-motion replays of the tragedy. Even they showed little more than a sudden flame between the shuttle and its external fuel tank, before, in an instant, Challenger disappeared in a ball of flame. Fragments of the wreckage showered into the Atlantic Ocean for more than 15 minutes, prohibiting rescue ships from entering the area. It took 4 hours before NASA could offer any comment.
I am aware and have seen the media showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy.
NASA announced the formation of a board of inquiry and that all data available on the explosion would be impounded until the board has completed its investigation. The question asked throughout the United States was, how would the Challenger tragedy affect the shuttle program? Was it simply too dangerous? But President Reagan, who was to have given his State of the Union address tonight, took to national television here to assure all Americans that shuttle flights would continue.
Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss.
Amongst the crew members killed, Commander Dick Scobie, Michael Smith, Judy Resnick, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Gregory Jarvis, and America's first citizen in space, teacher Krista McAuliffe, who was known well to Americans, as Mark O'Brien reports.
Krista McAuliffe, the 37-year-old mother of two, became a national heroine when she was selected from 1,100 teachers to become the first citizen in space. She said one of the most difficult aspects of the program was the separation from her husband Steve and children, 9-year-old Scott and 6-year-old Carolyn.
Love you. All right, see you later, alligator.
Okay, let's get dinner ready.
The McAuliffe family had been the focus of publicity during the 4.5 months training course which Krista underwent.
He's doing a super job. I mean, he took over single parenting without missing a beat. The kids are doing well. He's doing well. I mean, he's doing so well. When I came home the last time, I walked in the kitchen to do something, and he kind of looked and he said, "Excuse me," he said, "we don't do that way anymore." I said, "Pardon me." They do have the ability to have contingencies. There are plans in case there's a problem. And also the thought that, I think I'm going to be up on Challenger's 10th mission. And that just to think that the shuttle has gone, I mean, 10 times. I mean, that's an exciting thing. And no, I think it's a very safe program.
At the launch pad, Krista's parents watched the liftoff, but their joy quickly turned to confusion. They stared into the sky trying to see the Challenger, but realised something had gone wrong. A few moments later, a NASA official made his way to the couple to tell them that their daughter's flight had exploded. Krista McAuliffe was selected by President Reagan for the shuttle flight after her application stated she hoped to demystify NASA and space. The teacher wanted her trip to humanise the technology of the space age. As part of the Teacher in Space program, Krista was to have conducted 2 classes in flight to be linked by satellite to her old school. The students at the school in Concord, New Hampshire joined in the countdown and cheered the spacecraft on its way. But it soon became clear that something was terribly wrong. The school children were ordered back to the class and began to return in shocked disbelief. The joy had turned to an unforgettable grief for the students and the nation.
So there you have it. That's about the sum total of what is known here in the United States at the moment, Richard. Of course, if there are any further developments during 11 a.m, we'll quickly let you know. But for the moment, it's back to you in the studio in Sydney.
Thanks very much, Greg Hoy in our Los Angeles studio. That was Greg Hoy and Mark O'Brien reporting. As Greg said, we'll cross back there if there's any more developments, particularly from NASA. After this break, Ross Simons with more news headlines. And the thing that strikes me most about this morning's tragedy is the silence from Mission Control. When the shuttle exploded into fragments, there was a long delay from Cape Canaveral. Then the bland words, "The vehicle has exploded." I suppose you could call that training. But much later, when the full impact had sunk in, NASA called a news conference to explain, to think out loud, to think again about the reasons why.
As I address you here this afternoon, at 11:40 a.m. this morning, the space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived. The dedicated crew members of Challenger are Commander Francis Dick Scobie, Pilot Michael J. Smith, Mission Specialist Dr. Judy Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, and Dr. Ronald McNair. And payload specialists on board were Krista McAuliffe and Greg Jarvis. All early indications in the Launch Control Center, the Kennedy Space Center, have indicated that the launch was normal up to approximately 11:40 a.m. this morning, about a minute or so into the flight. Flight controllers in the Launch Control Center here and in the Mission Control Center in Houston were polled immediately after the explosion, reported that they did not see anything unusual up to that point. The solid rocket booster recovery ships were immediately dispatched to the area, approximately 18 or so miles downrange from Kennedy, along with various Coast Guard and military ships, helicopters, and planes. I have taken an immediate action to form an interim investigating board to implement early activities in this tragedy. Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study. A formal board will be established by the acting administrator very, very shortly. Subsequent reports on this tragedy will be made by this formal review board. I am aware and have seen the media is showing footage of the launch today from the NASA Select system. We will not speculate as to the specific cause of the explosion based on that footage. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy. Thank you.
Mr. Moore has time for just a couple of questions from each center before returning to the effort in investigating this tragedy. Please wait for the microphone and give your name and your affiliation. And we'll start right here with Jacqueline Bolden from Channel 6.
There were some reports that the shuttle perhaps rose a little slower than in previous launches, and there seemed to be a loud noise, and then the noise kind of backed off, and then a rush of noise again. Did you get any reports from anyone else that this seemed different from the people who either experienced it, saw it here live?
I have not heard any reports at all relative to that effect that you just described. None whatsoever.
Okay. Up here in the third row, Michael.
My name's Kevin Hamilton from WGIR in Manchester. The entire Teacher in Space program was designed to introduce more people, specifically youngsters, to the space program. This obviously is not the introduction you intended to make. What do you think the effect, the long-term impact that this is going to have on the youngsters that you were hoping to attract?
Well, I think we'll have to address that as time goes on. And again, I think today, the events of the day makes it much too early for me to speculate on the long-term impacts.
Okay, Else Selstead from Baltimore Sun in the first row.
Mr. Moore, at this time, do you have any estimate of how much liquid fuel was in the external tank at the time of the explosion, and how much explosive power, say in terms of TNT, that remaining liquid fuel might have been equal to?
No, sir, not at this time. You realize what we've been doing since 11:40 this morning is we immediately pulled our senior management together in this program, and I formed an interim board to ensure that all relevant data to this event would be impounded and would be made accessible to the investigative people that will go and take a look at it. I can't answer your specific questions relative to how much fuel was on board at this point in time. The board when it's formally reported by the administrator, formally formed by the acting administrator, I'm sure we'll go into those kinds of questions, but I can't answer it right now.
Okay, we're going to take one more question here before going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Here in the right opposite you, Jackie.
Peter Van Sant from CBS News. We received a call today from a member of an academic group who said he was on a tour group that was at the Pad 39B on Saturday night. This group was supposed to get off the bus to take a close look at the shuttle, but was not allowed to because this caller says they were told that a derrick arm had struck one of the tanks on the shuttle and that some repair work was being done. Are you aware of this incident, and are you aware of any problems at all with either the external tank or the two solid rocket boosters?
No, we looked at that on Saturday. There was not even in the same area that the tank. It was a small box, heater box, that had about a quarter of an inch of the insulation out of 5 inches that was scraped. It was a very minor scrape. It was repaired, and everybody, all the experts in the program, took a look at that, and so we closed it off at that point in time.
Wait for the microphone. I have to have the microphone.
There was no damage to any tank, or this arm did not strike any tank as far as you know?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, we're going to the Johnson Space Center for questions. Just a couple of questions.
This is the Johnson Space Center. We have a question from Paul Reeser, Associated Press.
Yes, Mr. Moore. Was there any debris of any description recovered by the vessels, and if so, what was it?
We do not have any detailed debris reports at this point in time. That certainly is something that we're looking at, and we will be impounding all the debris that we recover. And we've set up plans here to store that debris so that the investigating group can go in and look at that and assess that in great detail. I do not have any detailed reports right now on debris.
Okay. Bruce Nichols. Mr. Moore, with all the delays that you experienced last week, the delay again this week, was there any pressure building at all to try to get this one off the ground? Was the pressure up there? And who made the final decision to go or no go?
There was absolutely no pressure to get this particular launch off. We have always maintained that flight safety is our top priority consideration in the program, and we look at the status and readiness of the systems based on that. We thoroughly reviewed the activities over the weekend and yesterday, and continually reviewed the status of Challenger right up until launch this morning. All of the people involved in this program, to my knowledge, felt that Challenger was quite ready to go, and I made the decision, along with the recommendation from the team supporting me, that we launch.
That was excerpts from the NASA press conference held a short time ago. As messages of support and sympathy flood into the United States in the wake of the Space Shuttle disaster, plans are still being made for the future of space exploration. Here's a brief look at the history of the American space program on the day of its greatest tragedy.
The space race began in earnest after World War II. Both the United States and the Soviet Union perfected rockets and missiles. The next goal? To develop a spacecraft that could fly humans into space. The Soviets won that race, just barely, when they launched cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin into a single orbit of the Earth in April of 1961. The U.S. launched their manned space program the next month when Mercury blasted off the launch pad. Alan Shepard was the first American to make the trip out of the Earth's atmosphere, but he didn't make a full orbit of the Earth. That honor went to John Glenn, now a U.S. Senator, in February of 1962. From the beginning, the space program was more than a scientific experiment. It was a matter of national pride and national security.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
But the road to the moon was a rocky one. In 1967, the first Apollo flight was set to go. Its 3 astronauts suited up for a test run. But tragedy struck when a fire broke out inside the spacecraft cabin. All 3 lost their lives. It was the first, and until now, the last fatalities in the U.S. space program. But NASA pressed on to the moon. And 5 Apollo flights later, Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin landed their lunar module on the moon while Michael Collins circled in the main spacecraft. Armstrong was the first to step onto the surface.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
NASA landed crews on the moon 5 more times. With the U.S. clearly on top in the space race, NASA let military considerations take a back seat for a while and concentrated on science. Skylab, the first U.S. space station, was launched in 1973. 3 crews of 3 astronauts each lived and worked aboard Skylab for a total of 171 days. Secure in their superiority, the U.S. agreed to a joint space mission with the Soviet Union, the Apollo-Soyuz test project. 3 American astronauts and 2 Soviet cosmonauts met in mid-orbit and remained linked for 2 days to conduct astronomical, medical, and technical experiments. But now, Congress wanted a return on their space investment. Billions of dollars had been poured into NASA coffers, so the space shuttle program was designed as a money-making venture. Business needed the shuttle to launch an increasing number of lucrative satellites. The military wanted the shuttle because of its growing research into space surveillance and later, space weapons. The 70s found NASA researchers back at the drawing board, working almost non-stop to develop this space vehicle that could be launched into space and returned much like an airplane. On November 24th, 1980, the first space shuttle rolled out of the hangar. Its name, Columbia. It marked a new era in space exploration. 6 months later, Columbia made its first trip into space. The flight lasted just over 54 hours. Since then, 3 other shuttlecrafts have been built: Challenger, Discovery, and Atlantis. With each flight, NASA became more proficient in launching satellites and looked to the future with the construction of a huge robot arm that can lift heavy loads in mid-orbit. NASA's next project, building the first permanent space station by the early 1990s. At least, that was the plan before Challenger's tragedy.
An accident on a space shuttle involving a civilian, a teacher at that, makes all of us stop and think of how fragile existence can be. But as former astronaut Senator John Glenn put it today, the explosion of the Challenger has made us remember that space exploration contains both tragedy and triumph.
From the moment the Wright brothers proved it could be done, challenging the law of gravity has captured the imagination and exacted a human price. The Hindenburg disaster came to symbolize that. Man was not meant to fly, skeptics said, but did. Was not meant to break the sound barrier, but did. Flew higher and faster until there was only space to conquer.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
The space program, too, began with failures, to some a warning that man had met his limit. But technology triumphed. John Glenn orbited the Earth and came home a hero. For behind the cold technology, it has always been the human spirit which has driven man into space. There were losses. 3 astronauts killed during a launch pad exercise in 1967. And there was the ultimate triumph.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And then there was today, an epitaph for 7 Americans, written large and hauntingly on a beautiful blue sky. Senator John Glenn has been there.
I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy. And man tries many things. And we advance as a whole human race because we succeed most of the time. We make advances, whether it's in space or engineering or health or medical things. Sometimes, though, we aren't perfect. And then there's a tragedy that brings us back to our own human frailties.
But as we contemplate our frailty, we have also been fascinated by pictures from Uranus and its moons 2 billion miles away. Pictures from Voyager showing new worlds to discover and explore. Can there be any doubt that one day, despite the risk, man will follow?
And that wraps up our coverage of the space shuttle.
Challenger, go at throttle up.
The worst disaster in the history of spaceflight, and the families of the 7 crew members who perished looked on in
The horror of the worst space accident in history. Good evening. The tragic destruction of the Space Shuttle Challenger, as millions throughout the United States watched on live television, dominates this edition of Eyewitness News.
The relatives of the 7 crew members who perished in the fireball watched the drama evolve from the special NASA viewing area at Cape Canaveral.
This mission has attracted special interest because of the inclusion of a teacher in the crew. But well before the flight, a young girl had made her views on a mum in space quite clear.
Well, because I don't want to go in space, because I just want to stay around my house.
Young Caroline McAuliffe may not have been able to express her worst fears, but 1 minute and 15 seconds after liftoff, they all came true with horrifying finality.
9 nautical miles above the launch pad, the shuttle crew received the go-ahead from ground control to push the throttles fully open.
Already under enormous acceleration, it was a split second after this command, the Challenger, its huge fuel tank and the 2 booster rockets blew themselves and their 7 crew apart.
Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Roger, roll, Challenger. Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading down range. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up. 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up. 1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles. Looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have no downlink.
The people of Krista McAuliffe's New Hampshire hometown weren't surprised that she was selected to be the first teacher in space.
Her family joined the celebrations when she was selected.
And tragically, they were there at Cape Canaveral to see the shuttle blasted out of the sky.
But it's likely to take some time for the death of this new local hero to hit home.
One of the things that I would like to do when I go aboard the shuttle is to bring back the wonder of it all.
Those were Krista McAuliffe's words when she was introduced to the press last July 1st as one of the 10 finalists in the Teacher in Space program. She was one of more than 11,000 teachers who'd applied for the honor. She told NASA she wanted to demystify spaceflight and to humanize the technology of the space age.
And the winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Krista McAuliffe. Where's that you?
Less than 3 weeks later, this then 36-year-old high school social studies teacher was tapped to become the first average citizen in space. It was an emotional moment.
When that shuttle goes, there might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me. Thank you.
That's right.
Her husband, Steve, and 9-year-old son, Scott, and 6-year-old daughter, Carolyn, received the news with understandable pride.
So, Scott, how do you feel about your mother flying in space?
I feel real excited about it. Well, because I don't want to go in space, because I just want to stay around my house.
But beyond the hoopla of being an instant celebrity, McAuliffe was faced with the demands of being an astronaut in training. Despite a few joking complaints about the close quarters on the shuttle, she said it was like putting 6 people in a pup tent. She clearly relished the challenge. She also devoted a great deal of time to what were to have been 2 live televised lessons from space. The first of those, which was to have given school children around the country a glimpse of daily shuttle life, had been billed as the ultimate field trip. In an interview shortly before her tragic death, McAuliffe reflected on what she was doing. She said she hoped to inspire others to reach out and try new and different things.
If that message can get back to kids and to anybody, that, to go for it, to go ahead and push for something, maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen, but I felt good because I reached out for that.
As well as Krista McAuliffe, 2 other crew members were making their first space flight.
But the 4 other members of the Challenger crew were NASA veterans with a wealth of experience in space.
The crew members included 3 trained pilots, a laser expert, the second woman to fly in space, a Hughes aircraft engineer, and Krista McAuliffe, the woman who was to have been the first teacher in space. Challenger's pilot was 40-year-old Michael Smith. He flew missions in Vietnam and was awarded the Navy's Distinguished Flying Cross. He said flying was a dream he had since childhood.
As far back as I can remember, all I ever wanted to do was fly.
The flight was commanded by 46-year-old Francis Dick Scobie. The Challenger flight was going to be his second trip aboard the space shuttle. Scobie was a test pilot with the Air Force. He entered the space program in 1979, and he believed Krista McAuliffe would serve as an important role model for younger Americans.
The lasting part is going to be the idea that she puts it in the head of both teachers and students to expect to be in space. In other words, their future, space is part of their future. They expect to live and work there. And if she can do that, she's doing a lot for mankind.
Mission Specialist Ellison Onizuka was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was a member of the crew of the Defense Department's first super-secret shuttle flight.
I think that there is a need for, what we did on the first mission, and I fully believe that it's something that this country needed, the rest of the free world needed.
Dr. Judy Resnick was a biomedical engineer before joining the space program in 1978. Payload specialist Gregory Jarvis was an electrical engineer who joined the program only 2 years ago. He talked about the space vehicle.
Well, it's been very satisfying because you are close to the space. You don't get to do the ultimate trip, but you're close enough to the program that you really feel like you're contributing, and you bring your friends in to see the spacecraft, and they look at it, and you say, gee, I wonder, maybe it is something special, because I spent all my life around it, so it becomes very mundane to me.
Finally, 36-year-old mission specialist Ronald McNair was a physicist. He became an astronaut in 1978 following work at the Hughes Research Laboratories. McNair planned to track Halley's Comet during the Challenger mission. McNair was the second black astronaut to fly in space.
President Reagan was informed of the disaster within seconds of the explosion which ripped Challenger apart.
He cancelled his scheduled State of the Union address, instead taking time to speak to the nation and put into words the horror everyone felt.
Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. We mourn their loss as a nation together. To the families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. I've always had great faith in and respect for our space program. What happened today does nothing to diminish it. We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
Now we cross live to our New York correspondent, John Wiseman, who has flown to Cape Canaveral to cover the latest developments. John, just what is the feeling at the Cape now?
Well, David, the gloom and disbelief continues here through tonight. It was only a few hours ago that the staff went home from the Kennedy Space Centre. Control room staff apparently stayed on doing their job mechanically through the day until Vice President Bush asked them to go home, spoke to them and asked them to go home late tonight. It's the early hours of the morning now and the centre has shut down. Everybody's gone home and they're going to return early in the morning to work out where they go from here.
John, has there been any announcement about how long the investigation is likely to take?
Joe, the only indication here, everybody is talking in terms of months and months and months, possibly the end of the year. They're going to have to look at everything in minute detail, and where do they start? Debris is everywhere. Their computers apparently told them nothing was wrong moments before the explosion happened. The only concrete things they've got to go on are some videotapes, which we've all seen through the day, and some audio recordings, so they're going to have to go through those minutely. What it will tell them, we don't know.
I guess they've pounced on those bits of debris they've been able to collect, John. Are there any clues tonight as to what happened, or is there a clampdown on any speculation at all?
Well, from NASA, David, the word is we will not speculate on this tragedy. We will say nothing until we've got something to say. So the short answer is there's nothing definite. There are no clues. What we have are a score of theories.
John, as you've said, there were no clues, and it may be far-fetched, but in these times of international terrorism, the question of sabotage has been raised. Now, is there any official talk of that in the States tonight?
Nothing officially that I've heard at all, Joe, but it is something they obviously would have to consider in any investigation of something going wrong with the shuttle. As we've seen from the videotape today, the slow motion particularly, we saw flames licking up the booster rocket between it and the shuttle. So something caused that. Could it be sabotage? That's one thing they'd have to look at. There are two main theories at the moment. One, that the booster rocket could have in fact been damaged. There's some suggestion that it could have been damaged last Saturday, although NASA says to its knowledge it wasn't. And there's another one about the weather. It was unusually cold here in Florida last night, so cold it left ice on some parts of the pad. And there's questions now, could that have damaged this rocket in some way?
We may have to wait months to find out. Thank you very much, John. John Wiseman, live from Cape Canaveral.
And close examination, frame by frame, of videotapes may be the best chance at this stage of indicating the cause of the explosion. We do that in a moment.
And we report on the implications for available data as the long and involved investigation into the accident begins.
Some of that evidence is contained in the television pictures of the explosion. Here now, frame by frame, are the final few seconds before the disaster, and from CNN reporter Don Lennox, one theory as to what happened.
Video showed the explosion of Challenger in excruciating detail, but it did not initially reveal the cause. The explosion came a little more than a minute after launch at a point where one of the shuttle's two solid rocket boosters attached to the shuttle. While NASA has videotapes and still photographs of the disaster, Associate Administrator Jesse Moore says more evidence will be gathered.
Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study. It will take all the data, careful review of that data, before we can draw any conclusions on this national tragedy.
The first visible sign of a problem was the explosion itself. but slow-motion replays of the final seconds of flight show what appears to be a fire near the lower end of one of the shuttle's solid rocket boosters. Moments later, a second fire seems to be visible between Challenger and its volatile external fuel tank. A fuel line from that tank to the shuttle to power its three main engines runs along the underside of the space shuttle. Less than a second after the fire appeared, it seemed to trigger a huge fireball that enveloped the entire shuttle. All that remained were two solid rocket boosters careening out of control.
The Challenger tragedy will have wide-ranging ramifications for Australia's involvement in space. Both the Australian in Space and AUSAT projects will be seriously affected by the disaster.
Nick McCallum reports on Canberra's reaction to the tragedy.
At the American Embassy in Canberra, flags flew at half-mast, and tomorrow American Ambassador Bill Lane will pay further tribute to the 7 astronauts at Tidbinbilla Deep Space Centre near Canberra. Although not involved in this particular flight, Tidbinbilla has been the shuttle program's major tracking centre outside the United States. The Challenger tragedy will directly affect Australia. Next year, an Australian astronaut is due to fly in a shuttle mission, a mission now almost certain to be delayed. The government will start screening applicants for that job next month. Science Minister Barry Jones said there had been a lot of interest, but anticipates those less serious will now drop out.
But I think the people who are really very dedicated would say these are risks that we've always taken into account. And I think they'd also take the view that there's a fair prospect that the next space shuttles that go up after this tragedy are likely to be safer, perhaps, than some of the earlier ones.
The tragedy will also affect AUSAT, Australia's satellite program. Although the third AUSAT satellite will be launched this year from a French rocket, its insurance premiums are expected to rise by millions of dollars. It's believed AUSAT already spends around $12 million per satellite for insurance. The Prime Minister today sent a message of sympathy to President Reagan, saying Australians had for a long time admired the expertise and courage of America's space pioneers. Nick McCallum, Eyewitness News, Canberra.
And 10 Melbourne people who've booked on the first commercial space flights in 1992 have so far not shown any signs of thinking again.
Each passenger has paid $5,200 for the flight on a futuristic spacecraft still being developed, which is claimed to be safer than the present shuttlecraft.
For this reason, the organisers don't expect cancellations from those who've paid for the trip of a lifetime.
In line with President Reagan's encouragement for private enterprise to participate in space, an American company, Society Expeditions, is offering space flights for fare-paying passengers, and the timetable for the first flight, nearly 7 years away, has been confidently drawn up. The passengers won't be travelling on a shuttle perched on a flying fuel tank which catapults the vehicle violently into space, but on a new technology, vertical takeoff self-contained spacecraft, named the Phoenix E. Seats on the flights, which will take 20 passengers at a time, have attracted worldwide interest, and it's claimed the deposits of $5,200 have been pouring in. It's also claimed the Phoenix E will be technologically years ahead of the shuttlecraft now operating. According to the travel agents who handle Society Expeditions business here in Australia, none of the 10 people in Melbourne who've already paid their deposit for a 1992 flight on the Phoenix E have asked for their money back. In fact, according to the manager of the travel company, the only inquiries in the wake of the USA disaster have been from the media. Jim Brown, Eyewitness News.
It's 19 years since an American space mission ended in tragedy, and the combined Soviet and American space program death toll stood at 7 prior to today's disaster. We'll trace the history of man's bid to conquer space later.
And even Australia's AUSAT satellite program.
They all began with man's earliest attempts to conquer the heavens. After this break in Eyewitness News, we'll take a special look at our attempts to reach for the stars and beyond, and the pressures which contributed to today's tragedy over the Atlantic.
Chapter in the space race.
There have been tragedies before, but for the Americans, the lives lost today were the first in flight.
It's almost 19 years to the day since 3 astronauts died when their Apollo capsule exploded on the launch pad.
The space race began in earnest after World War II. Both the United States and the Soviet Union perfected rockets and missiles. The next goal? To develop a spacecraft that could fly humans into space. The Soviets won that race, just barely, when they launched cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin into a single orbit of the Earth in April of 1961. The U.S. launched their manned space program the next month when Mercury blasted off the launch pad. Alan Shepard was the first American to make the trip out of the Earth's atmosphere, but he didn't make a full orbit of the Earth. That honor went to John Glenn, now a U.S. Senator, in February of 1962. From the beginning, the space program was more than a scientific experiment. It was a matter of national pride and national security.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
But the road to the moon was a rocky one. In 1967, the first Apollo flight was set to go. Its 3 astronauts suited up for a test run. But tragedy struck when a fire broke out inside the spacecraft cabin. All 3 lost their lives. It was the first, and until now, the last fatalities in the U.S. space program. But NASA pressed on to the moon. And 5 Apollo flights later, Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin landed their lunar module on the moon while Michael Collins circled in the main spacecraft. Armstrong was the first to step onto the surface.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
NASA landed crews on the moon 5 more times. With the U.S. clearly on top in the space race, NASA let military considerations take a back seat for a while and concentrated on science. Skylab, the first U.S. space station, was launched in 1973. 3 crews of 3 astronauts each lived and worked aboard Skylab for a total of 171 days. Secure in their superiority, the U.S. agreed to a joint space mission with the Soviet Union, the Apollo-Soyuz test project. 3 American astronauts and 2 Soviet cosmonauts met in mid-orbit and remained linked for 2 days to conduct astronomical, medical, and technical experiments. But now, Congress wanted a return on their space investment. Billions of dollars had been poured into NASA coffers, so the Space Shuttle program was designed as a money-making venture. Business needed the shuttle to launch an increasing number of lucrative satellites. The military wanted the shuttle because of its growing research into space surveillance and later, space weapons. The 70s found NASA researchers back at the drawing board, working almost non-stop to develop this space vehicle that could be launched into space and returned much like an airplane. On November 24th, 1980, the first space shuttle rolled out of the hangar. Its name, Columbia. It marked a new era in space exploration. 6 months later, Columbia made its first trip into space. The flight lasted just over 54 hours. Since then, 3 other shuttlecrafts have been built: Challenger, Discovery, and Atlantis. With each flight, NASA became more proficient in launching satellites and looked to the future with the construction of a huge robot arm that can lift heavy loads in mid-orbit. NASA's next project, building the first permanent space station by the early 1990s. At least, that was the plan before Challenger's tragedy.
They did.
Man had met his limit, but technology triumphed. John Glenn orbited the Earth and came home a hero. There were losses: 3 astronauts killed during a launch pad exercise in 1967. And there was the ultimate triumph.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And then there was today, an epitaph for 7 Americans, written large and hauntingly on a beautiful blue sky. Senator John Glenn has been there.
Sometimes, though, we aren't perfect. And then there's a tragedy that brings us back to our own human frailties.
But as we contemplate our frailty, we have also been fascinated by pictures from Uranus and its moons 2 billion miles away. Pictures from Voyager showing new worlds to discover and explore. Can there be any doubt that one day, despite the risk, man will follow?
After this break, I'll be back with the rest of today's
Man's natural domain.
To those 7 people, to other dead space explorers, and to those who have returned safely to Earth, we owe a debt of gratitude for their roles in the expansion of human knowledge.
The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of Earth to touch the face of God.
explosion, but the task of interpreting it could take weeks. The explosion occurred just over a minute after blastoff, about 4 o'clock this morning Australian time.
They gathered for what turned out to be their last meal at 6:48 this morning, the ceremonial breakfast. For months they had trained together. Astronaut Ellison Onizuka from Hawaii, the star of this mission, New Hampshire schoolteacher Krista McAuliffe, mission commander Dick Scobie, pilot Michael Smith, astronauts Judith Resnick and Ronald McNair, and payload specialist Gregory Jarvis. After 3 days of delays, they appeared tired, but quickly rejuvenated by applause as they headed for the launch pad.
Scobie, followed by mission specialist Judy Resnick, Ron McNair, and pilot Mike Smith, followed by Krista McAuliffe, teacher in space, Ellison Onizuka, and payload specialist Greg Jarvis.
Final preparations before liftoff. The ground crew gives McAuliffe an apple for the teacher, and wishes of good luck. Initially, liftoff was scheduled for 9:38 this morning, but again there were problems. A hard freeze overnight left ice on the launch pad, a 2-hour delay, and then NASA discovers a faulty fire detector on board the shuttle, another hour's delay while it's replaced. Finally, the liftoff was set for 11:38. A crowd of some 500 spectators, including 18 visiting school children from McAuliffe's hometown of Concord, New Hampshire, waited anxiously and then counted down. The liftoff appeared flawless. The spectators, including Krista McAuliffe's parents, Grace and Edward Corrigan, watched proudly through tears of joy. 65 seconds into flight, NASA Control orders Commander Scobie to go to full power.
Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up.
Suddenly, an explosion.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction.
NASA loses all communication with Challenger, but the crowd still does not realize that something's gone wrong. Within seconds, Challenger disintegrates.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded.
For the spectators and Krista McAuliffe's parents, joy turns to confusion, worry, and a realization of tragedy. The $1.2 billion spaceship, its 7 crew members, and their satellite payload disappear.
I thought the flight was going fine. And then I heard them say major malfunction. And then the person beside me said it's exploded. And it was, I couldn't speak. It was...
Within minutes, emergency rescue teams parachuted in, converging on a search area 18 miles east of Cape Canaveral.
Debris continued to fall for 50 minutes and more, and obviously you can't send aircraft and ships into an area where debris is falling, where they themselves may be endangered.
Late this afternoon, after 6 hours of searching, NASA reports they found no survivors.
These searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived.
Never in 55 manned space flights has the United States suffered such a disaster. Messages of condolence poured in from all over the world. Earlier, a visibly upset and emotional President Reagan told the American people in a national address that the space shuttle tragedy would not mean the end of U.S. efforts to conquer space.
Nancy and I are pained to the core by the tragedy of the shuttle Challenger. We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss. 19 years ago, almost to the day, we lost 3 astronauts in a terrible accident on the ground. But we've never lost an astronaut in flight. We've never had a tragedy like this. And perhaps we've forgotten the courage it took for the crew of the shuttle. But they, the Challenger 7, were aware of the dangers, but overcame them and did their jobs brilliantly. We mourn 7 heroes. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. We've grown used to wonders in this century. It's hard to dazzle us. But for 25 years, the United States space program has been doing just that. We've grown used to the idea of space, and perhaps we forget it.
Disaster, of course, was not limited to the Americans. Soon after the ill-fated Apollo mission, 3 Russian cosmonauts returned to Earth after 22 days in space. All seemed to go well as they landed on target. Moments after touchdown, however, it was revealed that all 3 were dead. They'd suffocated when oxygen escaped from the cockpit. Today's tragedy adds 7 more to the list of those who have died in the name of space exploration. There is a simple plaque on the moon which bears the names of the 14 astronauts and cosmonauts who have died on those earlier missions. Beside it is a small figure representing the fallen astronaut.
Risky business indeed, and yet they go on, taking more giant steps for mankind. We'll be back in a moment with our press. Day was to have been the answer to a dream which began when she entered a contest announced by President Reagan to put a teacher into space. She beat 11,000 other would-be astronauts from amongst the American teaching profession, and she had planned to conduct the world's first classroom from space. She'd also planned to wear a button which read, "I touch the future, I teach."
One of the things that I would like to do when I go aboard the shuttle is to bring back the wonder of it all.
Those were Krista McAuliffe's words when she was introduced to the press last July 1st as one of the 10 finalists in the Teacher in Space program. She was one of more than 11,000 teachers who'd applied for the honor. She told NASA she wanted to demystify spaceflight and to humanize the technology of the space age.
And the winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Krista McAuliffe. Where's that you?
Less than 3 weeks later, this then 36-year-old high school social studies teacher was tapped to become the first average citizen in space. It was an emotional moment.
When that shuttle goes, there might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me. Thank you.
That's great.
Her husband, Steve, 9-year-old son, Scott, and 6-year-old daughter, Carolyn, received the news with understandable pride.
So, Scott, how do you feel about your mother flying in space?
I feel real excited about it.
But preparation for the shuttle meant leaving the family behind.
Love you. All right. See you later, alligator.
Okay, let's get dinner ready.
He's doing a super job. I mean, he took over single parenting without missing a beat. The kids are doing well. He's doing well. I mean, he's doing so well. When I came home the last time, I walked in the kitchen to do something, and he kind of looked and he said, "Excuse me," he said, "we don't do that way anymore." I said, "Pardon me."
But beyond the hoopla of being an instant celebrity, McAuliffe was faced with the demands of being an astronaut in training. Despite a few joking complaints about the close quarters on the shuttle, she said it was like putting 6 people in a pup tent. She clearly relished the challenge. She also devoted a great deal of time to what were to have been 2 live televised lessons from space. The first of those, which was to have given school children around the country a glimpse of daily shuttle life, had been billed as the ultimate field trip.
Krista knew the risks, but still, she had faith.
They do have the ability to have contingencies. There are plans in case there's a problem. And also the thought that I think I'm going to be up on Challenger's 10th mission. And that just to think that the shuttle has gone, I mean, 10 times. I mean, that's an exciting thing. And no, I think it's a very safe program.
In an interview shortly before her tragic death, McAuliffe reflected on what she was doing. She said she hoped to inspire others to reach out and try new and different things.
If that message can get back to kids and to anybody, that, you know, to go for it, you know, to go ahead and push for something, maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen, but I felt good because I reached out for that.
Krista mentioned she'd be taking 10 souls with her into space. Well, that was a reference to the others on the short list who missed out. And one of them was James Rowley, a science teacher in Centerville, Ohio. He was the runner-up. So if Krista hadn't been able to go for any reason, he would step into the shuttle. Today he assembled his science class to watch the launch.
It's lunch hour for these Centerville High School students, but they wanted to be in class, to be with science teacher Jim Raleigh. The students knew what the shuttle launch meant to him. Raleigh was one of the semi-finalists for the Teacher in Space flight. Besides being on the flight, Raleigh said the best place to be was with his students, helping them understand this historic flight of the Challenger.
Main engines are on.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Salt rockets. You're right.
The interest soon turned to bewilderment. For a few minutes, even Raleigh didn't understand what was happening.
About 45 seconds after liftoff, a huge fireball.
I don't understand.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Our director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
Can we get the cameras?
We've never had a tragedy like this. We mourn their loss as a nation together. The families of the 7, we cannot bear, as you do, the full impact of this tragedy. But we feel the loss, and we're thinking about you so very much. Your loved ones were daring and brave, and they had that special grace, that special spirit that says, give me a challenge, and I'll meet it with joy. They had a hunger to explore the universe and discover its truths. They wished to serve, and they did. They served all of us. The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger honored us for the manner in which they lived their lives. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them, this morning. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them.
Off from the Kennedy Space Center. NASA says it will not speculate on what caused yesterday's disaster, the worst in the history of the space program, and the search resumed this morning for wreckage. Much of the debris so far has been the small thermal tiles designed to protect the shuttle from the heat of re-entry and liftoff. For the 5 men and 2 women who perished, yesterday morning began with the normal routine, suiting up before the mission. It was going to be an especially big day for Krista McAuliffe, the school teacher who was to become the first private citizen to fly in space. In her hometown, Concord, New Hampshire, friends and fans shared their grief last night at the church where the 37-year-old social studies teacher attended services with her husband and 2 children. Other memorial services are planned for today, again in Concord. Here in Washington, President Reagan canceled his planned State of the Union message, choosing instead to address the nation on the shuttle tragedy. Mr. Reagan called the Challenger 7 heroes, saying their efforts would not be in vain, that the space program will continue. The President ordered all flags flown at half-staff for a full week in honor of the astronauts who died in that fireball. We'll have more on the Challenger disaster and just his decision to put the program on hold until the investigation is complete has left an ambitious schedule on hold as well. 15 shuttle flights were planned for this year, 16 if you count the one carried over from December. They would have covered many areas of research, and CNN's Stacy Jolna takes a look at what the future missions would have accomplished.
So the space program say this latest tragedy won't stop America's exploration of space.
Are we going to be perfect forever? I guess the answer was proven this morning that the answer to that is no. But that doesn't mean that man doesn't keep trying in these areas and that we're not just as dedicated to seeing that this kind of research goes on.
I think that we can look forward to monthly and then bi-weekly and even more frequent launches. We just must push ahead if it is important to have man in space, and it seems to me and to most people that it is.
I can't judge what decisions NASA will make, but my own opinion, again, after the investigations, we should proceed with the program, and that would include the civilians in space program as well.
The program will not proceed in the short run. The shuttle's busiest schedule ever will be delayed while investigators figure out what went wrong. Columbia was scheduled for 4 missions: a study of Halley's Comet, a launch of 3 communication satellites on a mission that was to have included Indonesian and British crew members, a secret military mission next fall, and a launch of 2 communication satellites on a mission that was to have also carried a materials science lab.
6, 5, we have made...
The Shuttle Challenger was to have launched the unmanned Ulysses probe to the Sun via Jupiter. Another mission would have launched a 3rd shuttle tracking satellite. And a third trip would have been the first to take a journalist into space, launch a communications satellite for India, and retrieve an experiment package dropped in orbit in 1984. A fourth trip was planned as a secret military mission. Shuttle Atlantis was set to send the Galileo probe to Jupiter, as well as launch a $1.1 billion Hubble Space Telescope. And Atlantis was scheduled to perform the first of 12 planned scientific Earth observation missions. Shuttle Discovery was to be the first flight from Vandenberg Air Force Base, carrying Air Force Undersecretary Edward Aldridge into space. NASA hoped to pay for much of the shuttle program with commercial payloads, and the short-term delay could be costly.
And on the commercial side, where we get our dollar and cents return from these investments, you've got to have men up there, the brain behind the eyeball, to fix these automated factories that we hope to put into space and make sure the product keeps flowing.
The U.S. space program has lost rockets and dollars before, but it is the loss of 7 lives that has put a new cloud over the nation's space race. Still, in and out of the White House, many are saying the sacrifice made by those who died is a compelling new reason for America to forge ahead in space.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them.
Stacy Jolna, CNN, Atlanta.
The scope of the shuttle disaster transcends our national boundaries. Grief and shock are being felt all over the world. CNN's Richard Blystone has this report on reaction in Britain.
It was not only front-page news in Britain, it was about the only front-page story. British papers were particularly struck by the tragedy of Christa McAuliffe. At the U.S. Embassy, dozens of condolence messages, including one from Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Queen Elizabeth sent President Reagan a message saying it is tragic that the success of the shuttle program has taken its price in brave young lives. And Parliament, in an evening setting, voted its own statement of sorrow and support. Ordinary Britons as well seemed to take it personally.
And I was astounded. I was speechless. I cried. It's so sad. It's something that, you know, one feels as if one's lost one's own.
I hope they don't sort of withdraw from the program, but my sympathy goes out to the families.
And all of a sudden it just blew out. I couldn't believe it. I mean, terrible. What got me is because there was a school teacher, wasn't it? I just couldn't believe it. It's a tragedy, I know that.
And I feel bad about the teacher. I certainly hope it doesn't prevent people from thinking that civilians can go into space.
From time immemorial, people have gone on. Columbus discovered America, Drake went around the world, Cook went on his voyages. One has to go beyond the frontiers of knowledge.
Not everyone in Europe says that the manned space program should now go on. There are many who say that sending human beings out into the unknown is too risky and too expensive. Richard Blystone, CNN, London.
Was to have been the first so-called ordinary citizen in space.
And despite Challenger's very tragic end, many feel that Christa McAuliffe still symbolizes America's spirit of adventure. CNN's Carol Buckland has this profile of McAuliffe, which brings this hour of Daybreak to a close.
Christa McAuliffe from Concord, New Hampshire. One of the things that I would like to do when I go aboard the shuttle is to bring back the wonder of it all.
Those were Christa McAuliffe's words when she was introduced to the press last July 1st as one of the 10 finalists in the Teacher in Space program. She was one of more than 11,000 teachers who'd applied for the honor. She told NASA she wanted to demystify spaceflight and to humanize the technology of the space age.
And the winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Christa McAuliffe. Is that you?
Less than 3 weeks later, this then 36-year-old high school social studies teacher was tapped to become the first average citizen in space. It was an emotional moment.
When that shuttle goes, there might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me. Thank you.
That's great.
Her husband Steve and 9-year-old son Scott and 6-year-old daughter Carolyn received the news with understandable pride.
So Scott, how do you feel about your mother flying in space?
I feel real excited about it.
So it seemed did her whole hometown of Concord, New Hampshire. But beyond the hoopla of being an instant celebrity, McAuliffe was faced with the demands of being an astronaut in training. Despite a few joking complaints about the close quarters on the shuttle, she said it was like putting 6 people in a pup tent. She clearly relished the challenge. She also devoted a great deal of time to what were to have been 2 live televised lessons from space. The first of those, which was to have given school children around the country a glimpse of daily shuttle life, had been billed as the ultimate field trip. In an interview shortly before her tragic death, McAuliffe reflected on what she was doing. She said she hoped to inspire others to reach out and try new and different things.
If that message can get back to kids and to anybody, that, to go for it, to go ahead and push for something, maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen, but I felt good because I reached out for that.
Good evening. US Space Agency officials are a long way tonight from determining what caused the fiery death of the shuttle Challenger and its 7 astronauts. However, the head of flight operations has confirmed that the disaster, the worst in the history of space exploration, has halted the shuttle program and is not prepared to say for how long. Investigators have reported that debris from the explosion, which obliterated Challenger, may be scattered too widely over the Atlantic to reveal the cause of the fire.
Still no answers to what caused the worst tragedy in U.S. spaceflight history. 75 seconds into what had been a routine launch, a tremendous explosion as Challenger flew at 2,000 miles an hour, 10 miles up, 18 miles off the Florida coast. A slow-motion replay indicates a possible problem with one of 2 peel-off rocket boosters. Then a blast that shattered the shuttle's huge external fuel tank and the shuttle spacecraft with it. Aboard, astronauts Dr. Judith Resnick, Francis Scobie, mission commander, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, teacher Krista McAuliffe, Gregory Jarvis, and pilot Michael Smith. Teacher McAuliffe's family, standing on Cape Canaveral bleachers, watched in horror as they slowly began to realize what had happened.
We feel that space travel is safe now. It's not that earlier feeling that, oh, it's going to blow up or something's going to happen. The shuttle is a really good, safe program. Right at this point, I feel that I'll be okay if I go up.
With few details of what caused the loss of 7 lives, manned spaceflight director Jesse Moore was asked, could it be NASA was under too much pressure to get this flight off?
There was absolutely no pressure to get this particular launch off. We have always maintained that flight safety is our top priority consideration in the program, and we look at the status and readiness of the systems based on that.
The shuttle program had already been troubled by mechanical failures, cameras that wouldn't work, satellites which were supposed to spin into orbit but didn't, and delays which had threatened to cut back the 15 missions that had been planned for this year. Another big NASA project to put a permanent space station in orbit, a place astronauts could shuttle to and from. That plan had run into problems and had been pushed back, perhaps to the late 1990s. A planned unmanned mission to get a closer look at Halley's Comet was scrapped completely. Not enough money. There have been other criticisms. For instance, that the military was moving in on NASA, taking over more and more of the civilian space program, changing NASA's traditional role. But NASA has survived previous problems, from the earliest days of the unmanned rocket tests, through the drastic fire 19 years ago yesterday aboard Apollo 1 on the launch pad at then Cape Kennedy, taking the lives of Gus Grissom, Edward White, and Robert Chaffee. So today there were promises to keep going.
We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
If that message can get back to kids and to anybody, that, to go for it, to go ahead and push for something, maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen, but I felt good because I reached out for that.
Searchers have located the cockpit and emerged.
More on the space shuttle tragedy. It's one of those rare events which jolts the world, not necessarily because of the number of people killed, but the way in which they died. This one was different, tragically different. After 25 years of space exploration, which is always awe-inspiring and sometimes heart-stopping, I guess we've become blasé about the dangers involved. And today's first in-flight tragedy on the edge of space was all the more poignant because one of the shuttle crew was not an astronaut, not a specially trained modern-day Cook or Columbus. She was one of us, a teacher, a mother named Krista McAuliffe. Her mission was to humanise the technological mystique of space travel, to report back to us, and specifically the children, on an Earth with no boundaries, to see the people of the world as one whole people, without borders, without races, and without any bickering. It was a worthy ambition, but it was not to be. And in a moment, we'll have a special report on Krista McAuliffe. But first, the price of man's triumph over gravity has not been without cost.
America's first space shuttle, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
After what seemed like countless successful voyages into space over recent years, the danger involved in space travel had all but been forgotten. The launch of our own OzSat last year brought home to all of us the benefits of this incredible space-age delivery truck. Today, however, the dangers of space exploration once again became reality.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles. We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Flight director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
We're not sure what's going to happen, but we take that risk, and that's what the progress in mankind is made of. And in this particular instance, because we were laying our lives on the line, but it was for big risk, and it was for big things for our country. It was for big things, perhaps, for the whole world.
The original 7 astronauts were military test pilots trained to face death. The unflinching truth was that despite all possible care and precautions, death might come, and on some sad occasions, did.
Astronauts do not have a death wish. They believe and appreciate life very, very strongly. What they do is they remove those causes for which most people would have some kind of fear. For example, if the parachutes don't open when you're coming down, it has ruined your whole day.
As pilots, their job was to master their machines and never to panic, pushing themselves to the limits.
You find we're a very, very proud group of individuals, a group, as I like to think of it, that was driven to do some of the things we were on our ego. As a result, we look back at some of this training, if you will, in a light that, why do we need this? Because we're not going to fail, and yet we all knew, realistically, that the risk we were taking, this certainly was a possibility.
John Glenn was the first American to orbit the Earth. He remembers that first re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
And so as I look back along the flight path, big chunks of this retro-rocket pack were breaking off and going back past the window. And I couldn't be absolutely certain at that time whether it was retropack breaking up or the heat shield breaking up. I had a very great confidence, obviously, that it was going to be a two-way trip. I was going up and back in again. But do you have moments of fear? I wouldn't say fear. You have moments of apprehension, and you'd be crazy if you did not.
On January the 27th, 1967, 3 American astronauts are strapped inside Apollo 1, practicing a countdown. In just a few moments, they would be burnt alive after a fire breaks out in the cockpit.
And the feeling was that, yeah, the spacecraft wasn't really good, wasn't as good as the Gemini spacecraft at the time, but we'll make up for that with our own ability. And this, we led ourselves down the primrose path, along with many other factors, but I do believe that we have to share the blame for letting the situation get to where it is.
Like today's disaster, the entire population of the United States was stunned. Then came the unlucky Apollo 13.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. Say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem.
On this 13th mission, on the 13th day of the month, an explosion ripped through the rear of the spacecraft.
The whole panel is blown out. It's really a mess. Copy that.
What followed was one of the most amazing recoveries in space history, as the 3 returned to Earth inside the lunar module, a function that it was never designed to perform.
Odyssey, Houston, we show you on the mains. It really looks great. Apollo 13, this is recovery, over.
Disaster, of course, was not limited to the Americans. Soon after the ill-fated Apollo mission, 3 Russian cosmonauts returned to Earth after 22 days in space. All seemed to go well as they landed on target. Moments after touchdown, however, it was revealed that all 3 were dead. They'd suffocated when oxygen escaped from the cockpit. Today's tragedy adds 7 more to the list of those who have died in the name of space exploration. There is a simple plaque on the moon which bears the names of the 14 astronauts and cosmonauts who have died on those earlier missions. Beside it is a small figure representing the fallen astronaut.
Risky business indeed, and yet they go on, taking more giant steps for mankind. We'll be back in a moment with our to McAuliffe. Today was to have been the answer to a dream which began when she entered a contest announced by President Reagan to put a teacher into space. She beat 11,000 other would-be astronauts from amongst the American teaching profession, and she had planned to conduct the world's first classroom from space. She'd also planned to wear a button which read, "I touch the future, I teach."
One of the things that I would like to do when I go aboard the shuttle is to bring back the wonder of it all.
Those were Krista McAuliffe's words when she was introduced to the press last July 1st as one of the 10 finalists in the Teacher in Space program. She was one of more than 11,000 teachers who'd applied for the honor. She told NASA she wanted to demystify spaceflight and to humanize the technology of the space age.
And the winner, the teacher who will be going into space, Krista McAuliffe. Where's that you?
Less than 3 weeks later, this then 36-year-old high school social studies teacher was tapped to become the first average citizen in space. It was an emotional moment.
When that shuttle goes, there might be one body. But there's going to be 10 souls that I'm taking with me. Thank you.
That's great.
Her husband, Steve, and 9-year-old son, Scott, and 6-year-old daughter, Carolyn, received the news with understandable pride.
So, Scott, how do you feel about your mother flying in space?
I feel real excited about it.
But preparation for the shuttle meant leaving the family behind.
Love you. All right. I'll see you later, alligator.
Okay, let's get dinner ready.
He's doing a super job. I mean, he took over single parenting. without missing a beat. The kids are doing well. He's doing well.
I mean, he's doing so well. When I came home the last time, I walked in the kitchen to do something, and he kind of looked and he said, "Excuse me," he said, "we don't do that way anymore." I said, "Pardon me."
But beyond the hoopla of being an instant celebrity, McAuliffe was faced with the demands of being an astronaut in training. Despite a few joking complaints about the close quarters on the shuttle, she said it was like putting 6 people in a pup tent. She clearly relished the challenge. She also devoted a great deal of time to what were to have been 2 live televised lessons from space. The first of those, which was to have given school children around the country a glimpse of daily shuttle life, had been billed as the ultimate field trip.
Krista knew the risks, but still, she had faith.
They do have the ability to have contingencies. There are plans in case there's a problem. And also the thought that I think I'm going to be up on Challenger's 10th mission. And that just to think that the shuttle has gone, I mean, 10 times. I mean, that's an exciting thing. And no, I think it's a very safe program.
In an interview shortly before her tragic death, McAuliffe reflected on what she was doing. She said she hoped to inspire others to reach out and try new and different things.
If that message can get back to kids and to anybody, that, you know, to go for it, you know, to go ahead and push for something, maybe that you don't know whether you're going to attain it. I had no idea I was ever going to be chosen, but I felt good because I reached out for that.
Krista mentioned she'd be taking 10 souls with her into space. Well, that was a reference to the others on the short list who missed out. And one of them was James Rowley, a science teacher in Centerville, Ohio. He was the runner-up. So if Krista hadn't been able to go for any reason, he would step into the shuttle. Today he assembled his science class to watch the launch.
It's lunch hour for these Centerville High School students, but they wanted to be in class, to be with science teacher Jim Rowley. The students knew what the shuttle launch meant to him. Rowley was one of the semi-finalists for the Teacher in Space flight. Besides being on the flight, Rowley said the best place to be was with his students, helping them understand this historic flight of the Challenger.
Main engines are on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Salt rockets. You're right!
The interest soon turned to bewilderment. For a few minutes, even Rowley didn't understand what was happening.
About 45 seconds after liftoff, a huge fireball.
I don't understand.
We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded. Our director confirms that. We are looking at checking with the recovery forces to see what can be done at this point.
Can we get the cameras?
Well, James Rowley's face probably says it all. A sad day for America and a sad day for all of us. Well,
that this day would never come. But unfortunately it has, and with a tragedy that all Americans share together.
I felt as if my whole body blew up inside when I saw that. And I can just never be as shocked as I am now.
We were enjoying the entire event. We were celebrating with her. Then it stopped. That's all.
This is truly a national loss.
Washington and around the nation, flags are at half-staff to remember the 7 crew members of the Space Shuttle Challenger. Good morning. The nation mourns the deaths of the 7 crew members of the Space Shuttle Challenger. And Concord, New Hampshire has its own private pain. Social studies teacher Krista McAuliffe, the first private citizen to go up. A memorial church service is being held at this very hour in Concord, similar to the one that was held last night. The minister at that service told his congregation, while we grieve, we must also be happy for what she tried to do. McAuliffe was to have taught 2 lessons for her students on Earth. One she'd already entitled The Ultimate Field Trip. The other was to have been Where We've Been, Where We're Going, Why. Meantime, 8 planes and helicopters have joined a number of ships in the Atlantic Ocean just off the coast of the Cape in the search for debris that might have come from the shattered Challenger. Several small pieces of wreckage drifted ashore overnight. Residents who might find anything that could be part of the shuttle have been asked not to touch it, but to turn over the information to their local police. An investigating team will meet today and begin a long, meticulous process of determining what caused the Challenger to blow apart 74 seconds after liftoff, 10 miles up, 8 miles out from the Cape. NASA has suspended the shuttle program for this exhaustive investigation. But President Reagan vows the exploration of space will continue.
We'll continue our quest in space. There will be more shuttle flights and more shuttle crews, and yes, more volunteers, more civilians, more teachers in space. Nothing ends here. Our hopes and our journeys continue.
The President, as you know, postponed his State of the Union address last evening until next Tuesday, as he called yesterday a day of mourning and called for flags around Washington to be flown at half-staff for a full week.
While NASA examines its data, other experts are speculating on what might have caused the fiery explosion. Television tapes of the disaster seem to reinforce suspicions that the problem centered in the external fuel tank. The company that built that tank, Martin Marietta, refused to comment. And Mission Control says it has no indication of any problems with the shuttle's 3 main engines or its solid fuel rocket boosters. Tom Intier is here now to give us some more information on the disaster yesterday and what speculation there is today. It is still speculation at this point.
It is nothing more than speculation. The only people that are really going to have the true answer is the official investigating board of NASA, and that could take a long time. The fire that killed 3 astronauts in 1967 took 22 months to complete the investigation, and we could be talking about an even longer time here. Let's go back to the videotape. This is what the investigators will be looking at, but it is only part of what they will see. Onboard flight recorders and computers were spitting out data 30 seconds before this scene occurred. The flight recorders on the ground received millions of bits of information from the performance of the shuttle's engines, the solid rocket boosters, and the external tank. It is those computer tapes that will be gone over millisecond by millisecond. Not just the last few seconds of flight, but probably the entire time that the shuttle was on the pad, going through the weather problems, going through the delays in fueling that morning. It will be the last seconds that will be gone over probably the closest, because they indicate where the problem may have started. When you look at the slow motion replays, when you slow down the videotape very, very slowly, you can see a small red glow. First on the one side of the external tank, and then it develops between the shuttle and the external tank. If it moves forward a little bit, we'll see it here. It spreads then from the underneath point where it's breaking out right there, up and down that area. That is a line that contains propellant, highly volatile hydrogen that powers the shuttle's main engines. But from these blurry pictures, what can people speculate on? It's the prelude to the explosion that was going to occur right there when the external tank itself started to blow apart, enveloping the shuttle in a ball of fire. But it is the investigators down on the ground that have the data that was being put out until just a few seconds after here, when NASA ground controllers say we have lost all telemetry from the space shuttle. It is that information, the telemetry, that will be so important in this investigation. In addition, NASA had 6 cameras trained on the space shuttle in its minute or so of flight. Those pictures, both TV and still pictures, will be broken down frame by frame, computer enhanced, and then studied. The debris that is being picked up off the coast of Florida from the Atlantic Ocean will be stored and also looked at piece by piece, both under the microscope and treated chemically to study what may have caused America's worst disaster in space. Bob?
Thank you, Tom. CNN correspondent Larry Lamont is among those members of the press corps who have covered past elements of the shuttle program. Larry Lamont is at Kennedy Space Center this morning, where the search of the waters offshore continues. Larry?
Bob, there is some speculation here that the space shuttle mission could be delayed for another year before they have another space shuttle mission. And of course, NASA would like to beat that time frame. Therefore, they have a very intense investigation already underway and a search for debris. A search that includes a 5,500 square mile area, 8 ships, 7 airplanes. Some debris has already floated ashore. Yesterday, space tiles were found by members of the public and were taken to NASA. NASA has issued warnings concerned that members of the public might find something explosive and have warned them not to touch anything if they do find it, but to notify NASA. They want to take all this debris, put it together with what they find on the computers, all notes and computations, and come up with as quick a solution as possible to the cause of this tragedy. Only when they have decided what the cause is can they correct it and get this space program back on track. NASA has no news conference scheduled this morning. In fact, they are reportedly meeting to determine just how much information they're going to release to the press and also how much access they're going to give to the news media as far as the search that is going on. For example, they're talking about having a pool operation that would allow some media to go on board the ships that are searching for debris. Some of the family members of the astronauts have already left, those family members who viewed the tragedy yesterday, but others are believed still here. NASA, however, does not know their whereabouts. And at the moment, people are trying to overcome the gloom of this major tragedy and get down to the business of finding a cause, and only then will they be able to get the space program going once again. Larry Lamott, CNN, Cape Canaveral.
Larry, before you go, have you any word there, confirmed or otherwise, about the discovery of anything especially significant in any of the debris that's been recovered so far?
There has been a discovery of something as long as 10 feet, but no one is saying exactly what that is. That seems to be the biggest piece of debris discovered thus far, but whether it's significant, we just don't know. NASA, again, is going to have to keep us informed, and thus far, no news conferences are scheduled.
What is the status of what I presume will be memorial services of some kind to be held at the Cape? Do you know that?
There are several memorial services scheduled in the area at various churches. It seems to be up to the individual churches. We don't have word yet on a specific memorial service scheduled here at the Cape.
All right, thank you. Correspondent Larry Lamott at Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral. Marianne?
Well, NASA's search for clues as to just what happened to the shuttle continues today as crews go out in helicopters and boats to retrieve what they can of the rubble that once was Challenger. CNN's John Zarella has more.
If you draw a line 50 miles out to the southeast of the Cape and 100 miles north, you have the principal search area, 50 by 100 square miles. That would put remnants of the shuttle in waters 70 to 200 feet deep. Search for the shuttle began about 1 hour after the explosion. Debris was falling until that time and made it impossible for rescue vessels to move into the area. It was a frustrating day for everyone, information nearly impossible to obtain. What actually happened to the orbiter is either not known or NASA is not saying.
Data from all of the shuttle instrumentation, photographs, launch pad systems, hardware, cargo, ground support systems, and even notes made by any member of the launch team and flight ops team are being impounded for study.
At 5:50 p.m., the Vice President of the United States arrived at the Kennedy Space Center with Senator Jake Garn and Senator John Glenn. The three men came to pay their respects to the families of the dead astronauts.
The President and I and the entire nation join in mourning the 7 splendid men and women who now rest in God's arms. Today's tragedy reminds us that danger awaits all who push back the frontier of space.
It's been nearly a quarter of a century that we've thought this might happen sometime, but we've delayed that day until today. We hoped that this day would never come, but unfortunately it has, and with a tragedy that all Americans share together.
The families of the victims have been secluded in the astronauts' quarters. They have apparently told Vice President Bush that they do not want this tragic incident to interfere in the continuation of the shuttle program. John Zarella, CNN, at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
The live broadcasts and rebroadcasts of the Challenger explosion brought stark evidence of death into the living rooms and classrooms of this country. Psychologists say the harsh reality of the disaster may be especially traumatizing to children because a teacher and a mother was aboard. The experts say youngsters idolize astronauts, but teachers and mothers are part of their everyday lives. And New Hampshire teacher Krista McAuliffe had become a familiar figure. Children across the country sat in stunned silence or cried as the shuttle exploded into a ball of fire. Experts say it is important for parents and teachers to talk with children about the tragedy. Some schools are making counselors available today to help students cope with their feelings.
It was just last month that Challenger's crew members were excitedly looking forward to this shuttle mission. Tony Clark reports.
It was an excited, energetic crew that met with reporters last month. They were anxious to get on with their mission. They had an exuberance that was contagious. Commander Dick Scobie said this would be the mission that would ensure NASA's future, with Krista McAuliffe providing the inspiration.
But the lasting part is going to be the idea that she puts in the head of both teachers and students to expect to be in space. In other words, their future, space is part of their future. They expect to live and work there. And if she can do that, she's doing a lot for mankind.
Communications engineer Greg Jarvis was having the time of his life. He thought getting to go into space after working around the space program for years was the icing on the cake. There was Judy Resnick, a cool professional who knew how to operate the shuttle's remote manipulator arm better than anyone, and who, without any fanfare, was helping McAuliffe get ready for this mission. Or Ellison Onizuka. This was his second mission. The first was for the Department of Defense and was kept under wraps. So this time, he was basking in the national attention the whole crew was getting. Pilot Mike Smith always wanted to fly, and he loved letting others in on it. When Krista McAuliffe went up for her jet trainer flight, he turned the controls over to her. She turned the plane over. It was a kick for both of them. Ron McNair was easy to like instantly. He put you at ease with his charm and candor. He wanted to take his saxophone on this mission and do a little shuttle serenading. And if not that, he had one other idea.
I want to find me a window, perch in that window, grab me a camera, put my music on, and just watch the world go by.
And of course, there was Krista. Her mom said she always loved space and loved adventure. In fact, she and her husband had signed up for those early airline promotions, taking reservations for space flights. But this she took very seriously. She wanted people to reach out and try new things. They were 7 people who worked as a team, and they are being missed very much here at the Johnson Space Center. Tony Clark, CNN.
Watch on CNN.
Rockwell International Corporation is expressing shock over the space shuttle catastrophe. Rockwell built all of 5 of NASA's space shuttles. One of them, the Enterprise, never flew at all. Rockwell workers reacted with stunned silence at the news about Challenger. Some of them wouldn't comment as they went home early yesterday. Other workers found it hard to accept the disaster occurred at all because of the shuttle's elaborate safety precautions. One Rockwell employee pointed out apparently it wasn't the shuttle that malfunctioned. NASA's 4 main shuttle contractors have promised their cooperation in trying to find out what went wrong.
The investigation team today begins what is expected to be a long study aimed at learning the cause of the Challenger catastrophe and the search of the Atlantic Ocean offshore for more debris from the exploded spacecraft resumed this morning at first light. Reaction to the catastrophe came quickly from several official quarters.
1 minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
It is with deep, heartfelt sorrow that I address you here this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m. this morning, the space program experienced a national tragedy with the explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger approximately a minute and a half after launch from here at the Kennedy Space Center. I regret that I have to report that based on very preliminary searches of the ocean where the Challenger impacted this morning, these searches have not revealed any evidence that the crew of Challenger survived.
You get chills, you know, when you first hear about it. And, I don't know, you start wondering why, they're doing it and why they're going up so often and that type of stuff.
It hit me kind of hard.
Everybody was shocked. The bar went silent, nobody spoke, just watched in stunned silence.
I guess in our human existence there is triumph and there is tragedy.
They served our hopes for scientific exploration and for human progress.
The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave. The Challenger crew was pulling us into the future, and we'll continue to follow them. We will never forget them, nor the last time we saw them this morning, as they prepared for their journey and waved goodbye and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
May your spirit, O Lord, be with them, and may your love follow them and their families this day and every day, we pray. Amen.
Asked for prayers for the 7 dead American astronauts. The pontiff expressed his sorrow at the loss during his weekly general audience in Vatican City. The Pope asked that God accept in his embrace the souls of the lost, courageous space pioneers.
As the shuttle's smoke began to clear yesterday over the Atlantic, sorrow began to set in around the world. Letters of condolences poured in from government leaders in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Space travelers have sent their own messages of sympathy. One West German astronaut who flew aboard Challenger 2 months ago says seeing pictures of the explosion is terrible. And in Tokyo, a Japanese astronaut who was to fly the Challenger in 2 years says she's now worried, but will go up anyway if NASA says it's safe.
The idea of regular and affordable space travel was born in the early 70s and had been developing well, despite some nagging problems. After 24 trips into space, shuttle launches had become almost routine until yesterday. Here's a look back at the program officially called the Space Transportation System.
Decay and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
Right all the way. Give Godspeed, John Glenn. 5, 4, 3. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, we've got our go now, is that right?
Affirmative.
Okay, I've rolled up and I'm rolling to the right now. It's under my own influence. There goes a... Looks like a thermal plug, Jim. It is, Ed.
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Clear back a big cloud pattern way back across toward the Cape. Beautiful sight. 3 meters. 3 meters. 13 meters. 1 meter. Contact. Here. Glad to see you. Here.
Or we've gone for main engine start. We have. America's first space
shuttle. And the shuttle has cleared the tower. 5, 4, 3, touchdown. Look them off, skipper.
This mission, I guess any space flight is a great space flight, and we're having an awful lot of fun.
We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Now controlling.
Roger, roll, Challenger.
Good roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading downrange. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%.
Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles. Downrange field.
America mourns the 7 astronauts lost in the space shuttle disaster. The question being asked around the world is, of course, what happened? We'll look at the possible causes of the explosion very shortly.
According to unofficial reports, Rockwell was in touch with the Space Center as ice formed on the shuttle prior to takeoff. Quite an unusual event in Florida. NASA officials say all the relevant contractors and experts inspected the pad and were consulted before the launch. NASA isn't saying what it believes went wrong. It'll take time and the work of hundreds of experts to piece together the final moments before the tragedy. But it has been reported the ultra-sensitive computers, which monitor every system on board the shuttle and its launches, didn't detect any malfunction. Ken Chambers of Cable News Network reports on the latest theories on what happened in those final seconds.
The first visible sign of a problem was the explosion itself. But slow-motion replays of the final seconds of flight show what appears to be a fire burning between Challenger and its volatile external fuel tank. A fuel line from that tank to the shuttle to power its 3 main engines runs along the underside of the space shuttle. Less than a second later, after the fire appeared, it seemed to trigger a huge fireball that enveloped the entire ship. All that remained were 2 solid rocket boosters careening out of control back to Earth. In any case, the investigation is expected to take months and hundreds of experts.
A big search continues off the Florida coastline today in the hope of recovering vital evidence about the cause of the Challenger explosion. Ships, planes and helicopters are searching the area where the shuttle wreckage fell, and some has already been retrieved. Several small pieces drifted ashore in the Cape Canaveral area overnight, and NASA says the largest object recovered is about 3 meters in length. Police are also patrolling beaches where local residents have found wreckage. NASA has warned people against picking up the toxic remains as they could be dangerous.
The space shuttle, which happened yesterday, of course, NASA officials are desperately looking for the problem. We'll find out what those possibilities are shortly.
It's associated with the space shuttle program
have begun the painstaking process of trying to find out what went wrong in the shuttle tragedy yesterday. Debris is being collected from waters off Cape Kennedy in the hope of finding a clue to the mystery explosion and subsequent loss of the shuttle's 7 crew. Network 10's John Wiseman is at Cape Kennedy, and we cross to him now for the latest information. Good morning to you, John.
Hi, Kerry. How are you?
Very well. Well, John, first, the speculation that we hear this morning, there is some school of thought that the company, which I believe is Rockwell, who make part of the shuttle, phoned NASA and recommended against the launch because of icicles due to uncommonly cold weather in Florida that morning. Icicles being made on the fuel tanks. Is that true?
Yes, that came out in questioning at a press conference here at NASA this morning. A question was asked whether Rockwell, which is one of the major contractors on the shuttle project, had called NASA that day asking to have the shuttle delayed after it had seen pictures of icicles around the pad and on the shuttle. The answer from NASA was that there had been a phone call. They didn't confirm that Rockwell wanted the blast-off delayed, but they said there had been a phone call, there had been a lot of discussion about the ice, several inspections were made of the pad and also the shuttle itself. Expert teams went out there hours before the blast-off, and as late as about 20 minutes before. All the discussions led to the conclusion that the blast-off should take place and the ice was not going to affect it. But there's a lot of speculation here that the ice could be possibly the cause of this tragedy.
John, how can they pinpoint such a problem?
It's going to be extremely difficult, and as they admitted here today, they mightn't be able to do it. Their plan at this stage, and they've set up a lot of expert teams to look at every area, from equipment, the components, the debris that they find, to look at the computers, to look at videotapes, still photos, anything that they can find. They say that they will comb everything. It's going to take, it's going to be a very lengthy process. There have been some reports that they may hope to get some sort of preliminary report up in as short a time as 6 weeks, but it's going to take months. They're waiting on debris. That's a painstaking process. The situation here is that they've so far found only small parts, the biggest about 3 metres in length, although there's a late report that there may be a big find on the seafloor just off Cape Canaveral. But so far, only small parts brought in, and they're going to have to inspect everything minutely. It's going to take a long time, and as they say, Kerry, they mightn't be able to pinpoint it.
Are they happy that all their backup systems and their computer systems have worked correctly? I mean, is the sort of problem that happened yesterday, is it the sort of thing that could have been detected by a computer?
We're going to have to wait to find out on that. The computers are so complex and they process so much information that to go back through it now, the scientists here are going to have to, that's going to take them a long period of time. They have to break it down into what they call milliseconds, a time span of milliseconds. It's so short. And they're going to have to comb through that. There could be indications there as to what caused this. It'll take them a long time to find out, though.
What about the assistance for the families? Of course, it's a terrible time for them. How do NASA officials cope with this problem?
They say that they are grieving for their colleagues that they've lost. They grieve more for the families who are left behind. Some of those personnel obviously are service personnel and will be looked after by the government. The families have all gone home from here at the Kennedy Space Centre now and are being cared for by other members of family and friends, relatives. The government will step in to look after them. There's some question.
But what I'm getting at, I'm sure the press will be very anxious to talk to these people. Now, how does NASA, if they choose to, try and prevent this?
I think at this stage they're trying to shield them as much as they can. They have not given clear indications about where the family are. It only emerged today. They said they've gone home. I know that at the school in New Hampshire where Krista McAuliffe came from yesterday, they tried to shield the children there after the disaster happened. So they're trying to protect them as best they can, but obviously at some stage they're going to be talking to the media.
John, can I ask you what else came out in the morning news conference we haven't heard before?
The two key points, I think, Gordon, would have to be about the future. Just on what happened, NASA says it doesn't know, it won't speculate, it won't comment on speculation, and it won't comment on the videotape pictures we saw of what occurred. So nothing on what happened. They say they won't say anything on that until they've got a definite conclusion. The two probably key points were about the future. They said that the manned space flight program is going to continue. They're sure of that. They will start flights again as soon as they understand what went wrong and can ensure that it won't happen again. And the other key point was that they say they will keep putting civilians into space because space exploration is just far too valuable to leave it to a few highly trained people.
But as you say, John, it's going to be very difficult to get a conclusive answer. And with those doubts hanging over the space shuttle program, it must really worry the officials after so much hard work for so many years.
Sure, but they also look at it in this sense. They say we've had so many good launches. We've had a quarter of a century of pretty good luck, and we haven't had a major disaster like this one. We had the other astronauts trapped on the pad many years ago, but this was the first accident in flight. They say that we've had a good run. We had to expect some trouble sometime. It's happened. We don't like it, but we've got to accept it and go forward.
John Wiseman, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. I know you'll keep us up to date. John Wiseman talking to us from Kennedy Space Centre. And John from Network News will continue the reports, of course, from NASA Space Centre over the coming days, and we'll be bringing the news as it breaks in this, the worst ever space tragedy.
Things on the bottom. Right now we're focusing on things floating on the surface, however.
The U.S. Air Force says some of Challenger's protective heat tiles have now washed ashore along Florida's beaches.
Things are beginning to drift in, especially the lighter pieces. And so I think we can probably expect it to come drifting up on shore.
In a news briefing just a short time ago at the Cape, Manned Spacecraft Director Jess Moore talked about the broad scope of the forthcoming investigation.
We'll be looking at everything from the checkout, getting ready to launch, through the performance of all the propulsion elements up until the time the event occurred. And so they're going to be looking at everything within their sphere of responsibility, let me say. And they're going to be going through it with a fine-tooth comb.
Months will probably be needed to find out exactly why the explosion occurred. It will take much longer for many to get over the loss of the 7 crew members.
It's just like, losing a member of your family.
At the Kennedy Space Center, flags are at half-mast, and through the night, the mission clock was left running, although Challenger's mission ended just 72 seconds after takeoff. There are, Steve, at the moment in this country, in both Washington and the Cape and in Houston and elsewhere, more investigative panels being formed to deliberate and ponder these great questions that we don't have any answers for that I can ever keep track of. A lot of answers yet to come, and it may take months to get them.
And of course now there's the speculation that the shuttle program may be put off for another 12 months or so.
Could easily happen. It's frozen for now. As we talked about yesterday, after the 1967 disaster in which 3 astronauts were killed, the space program was shut down and realigned and moved on to new successes. We must think that will happen this time, but I would suspect that the guessing that it will be at least 12 months before we see another manned launch, if then, is probably accurate.
Bob, is there any suggestion that if and when the program's resumed, it may resume in a different form to the form we know?
Well, there has been a suggestion that perhaps the shuttle program is being rushed too much, but at the same time, the eventual goal of the shuttle program is what the United States has been aiming for a long time. Long-term manned space stations in orbit around the Earth, eventual platforms to go off and discover what's on the planets, such as Mars and Venus, our most closest neighbors. So this is a logical progression, and one would think that probably there would not be a major realignment, although certainly some modification of the shuttle program.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Probably check back with you later in the program. Thanks for now.
Bob Tallow.
Thank you.
Of the aftermath of the tragic space shuttle flight yesterday. As we said earlier, we have come to take for granted our march into the frontiers of space. Yesterday's flight was the 56th manned flight into space and the 25th mission for the shuttle program. Before yesterday's disaster, there was only one fatal accident 19 years ago when 3 astronauts died when their capsule burnt on the launching pad. Astronauts live with the prospect of death, and Gene Cerner knows the feeling all too well. He was the last man on the moon back in 1972, and in this interview with David Hartman and Joan London, he talks about the space program and the dangers.
With all the time we have spent talking about the safety and the precautions, and we look at the computerization, the technology, and how much care is taken, and then we see what happened yesterday with apparently no indication. We haven't seen any indication yet today of that something was amiss ahead of time. How can it happen?
Well, David, you know, we've had a tremendous success record we've come accustomed to over the last 25 years, but I don't think there's any of us, including Deke over there, who hadn't thought when his time came that was possible. It's not the kind of thing you talk about at home with your family or friends, or even with your colleagues. You train for those emergencies you can handle. You don't worry. You don't train to die. You don't plan on it. But it's something you've got to acknowledge that can happen, and you accept that and you press on. You ask Deke a minute ago, what do you do after a disaster? You learn from history. You can't change what happened yesterday, but certainly you learn from it and try and do a better job tomorrow.
Gene, what happens now? An investigation, the program is grounded for the time being. Major investigations will go forward. Let's go down the road a little bit and think, well, what happens if they don't absolutely figure out what happened, why exactly it happened? What happens? Do you then say, well, we've got to go forward anyway? How do they do it?
Well, you know, I'm sure the answers will not come easy or quick. We look for quick success in this country of ours, particularly in a program like this, and we look for quick answers. We've been looking at them from the moment it happened yesterday. I don't believe those answers are going to come very quick. The easy way out would be to find a nut or a bolt or something that broke, know that was it, fix it, and press on and be on our way in a month or two. It probably won't happen that way. We may have to fix a lot of things, sort of witch hunt, if you will, shotgun, as Deke said yesterday, the problem, and fix a lot of things we think may have been the problem, hoping indeed that one of them was, and yet then press on when we know we've got a sure and a safe vehicle in which a problem like this not only will not but cannot happen again.
Thinking back to that fatal fire back in 1967, Roger Chaffee was aboard. He was more than just another astronaut to you. He was a close friend, he was a neighbor, he was a college classmate. You were there with his wife to help her through that tough time. Just how much do astronauts and their families think about the possibility of the death and the risk involved, and how do they manage to make it through these disasters?
With a great deal of difficulty, Joan. I have thought back about that day 19 years ago, almost to the day. You know, the program was younger then than it is today. Each flight was somewhat of a new challenge and certainly different. There were fewer of us in the program, and I think we all were willing to acknowledge privately, at least to ourselves, that tragedy was certainly in the wings somewhere. The possibility of it was, but we never acknowledged it publicly, even to each other, even in our homes. Even though we knew it might be there, it might come someday, possibly to one of us personally, if not to our friends. It didn't make it any easier when it happened. You never really were prepared. We weren't for what happened 19 years ago during that fire.
And after so much success now, it seems like a lot of us, from our point of view, we forget that there is that element of risk there. But I don't know, how about the astronauts?
Well, you know, we talk about the bravery of the guys or the gals who go into space, but the guys and the gals who stay home, the old ones and the young ones, they deserve a lot of credit. I think one thing that I remember very vividly was something that was said that came home very close to me. If you think it's difficult going to the moon, you ought to try staying home. And I do indeed believe those words are a tribute to the men and the women, the wives, the husbands, and certainly the children who do have to stay at home while we go out and have a good time. It's not quite that simple, but that's what it amounts to.
Well, it is all those people that we were all thinking about this morning. We sure thank you for being with us.
Well, they that are home today, those who didn't reach for the stars personally, but who send their loved ones to do so, are the people who we ought to acknowledge as great contributors to the space program, not only in the past, but certainly in the future and the days to come.
On the other side of the news, the car of the year.
Covering an area of 10,000 square kilometres in the Atlantic Ocean, recovering wreckage from the Space Shuttle Challenger. The biggest piece found so far is 3 metres long. The disaster yesterday came 19 years and a day after another US space tragedy when 3 astronauts died on the Apollo program's launch pad.
The space program barely escaped tragedy early on. In 1961, on the second Mercury mission, Gus Grissom nearly drowned. His capsule was lost in the ocean. John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth, didn't know in 1962 if he'd make it back alive.
Godspeed, John Glenn.
Signals indicated his protective heat shield might be loose. Fortunately, it wasn't. 5 years later, 3 American astronauts did die, not in flight, but in a launch pad fire during a test of their Apollo cabin. After the deaths of Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee, NASA completely reworked the Apollo spacecraft to make it safer. Despite that, an oxygen tank explosion crippled Apollo 13 on its way to the moon. The 3 astronauts on board nearly didn't make it back. Apollo spacecraft at least had escape rockets to pull the astronauts to safety during a liftoff crisis. Ironically, the first shuttle had ejection seats for its crew. Experts believe that they wouldn't have saved any lives and they were taken out. The space agency hoped that its remaining built-in safety systems would protect shuttle astronauts. And in 2 heart-stopping launch pad shutdowns like this,
we have an RSLS abort. We have an abort.
And an engine failure last year, they did, until now.
Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev has sent a telegram of condolences to President Reagan and the families of the shuttle crew. A friend of astronaut Judy Resnick has written a number of books on the space program, and this morning she says the pioneering project must continue despite the tragedy.
I'm overcome with grief about tomorrow morning. It's a new day, new horizons, new responsibilities, and men and women of good spirit get on with it.
In other news, a Brisbane
in the world's major centres, commencing in London.
The Challenger tragedy seems to have touched the hearts of Europeans as strongly as the triumph of the first moon landing 17 years ago. Intensified by images in brilliant color and brought closer because one of the dead was an ordinary civilian.
I was astounded. I was speechless. I cried. It's so sad. It's something that, you know, one feels as if one's lost one's own.
The U.S. Embassy in London, its flag at half-staff, put out a condolence book. Some visitors brought flowers. Some signers added the words, "To the brave." Across Europe, leaders sent messages of grief and sympathy. Pope John Paul prayed that God accept in his embrace these courageous pioneers of progress, of science, and of man. Some opponents of the Strategic Defense Initiative, both east and west of the Iron Curtain, have seized on the disaster as evidence that SDI could lead to catastrophe. A communist-backed general in Greece called the shuttle crew the first victims of Star Wars. Polish television said the accident proves how unreliable space technology is. But Czechoslovakia's Communist Party paper has expressed sorrow and called the deaths a toll paid by man in his effort to unveil the mysteries of outer space. From America's allies, even greater support.
We really were all totally shocked, but nevertheless, we know the spirit of the people of America, the spirit of America, the spirit of freedom.
British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, whose country has a military communications satellite that was due to be launched on a June shuttle, said the United States must not give up.
Of course, everything that goes wrong jeopardizes something, but you don't give up. You don't give up when something's jeopardized. Yes, there's a problem. They have had problems before. They will solve those problems.
British anchorman Leonard Parkins spoke the feelings of many of his countrymen with an unusual and personal close to his independent television news program.
American technology has made the miracle of space travel seem almost routine.
Indeed, the whole shuttle idea was conceived to make it just that. Now, tragic failure has cast a shadow over the whole space program. But let's not forget the years of brave pioneering success. From all of us here, goodbye.
All steps for man. One giant leap for mankind.
There was no gloating in Moscow over the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. 4 Soviet cosmonauts have already been killed in space flight. The risks are understood here. My colleague Mead Jorgensen interviewed academician Roald Segdeev, one of the leaders of the Soviet space program.
For those who already decided to dedicate their careers, their lives to that particular field of activity, it is it's very grave, of course, but anyway, it wouldn't stop us. We knew from the beginning that the space flight is not a stroll.
At the American embassy, the flag flew at half-mast. On the streets of Moscow, Soviet citizens expressed sorrow and condolences.
Мне бы хотелось передать в связи с этим всему.
I would like to express my deepest condolences to the American nation, to wish them not to have a similar tragedy in the future.
On the streets of Tokyo before dawn Wednesday morning, the reaction was what you'd expect just about any place in the world. Shock, disbelief, and sadness.
I'm very surprised of your saying now everything has gone wrong.
Early morning workers, speaking both Japanese and English, urged that America not allow the tragedy to end its space efforts. American viewers should be cautioned, too, that while they may appear to be smiling, it's rather a look of astonishment.
Space shuttle, Stitter. I don't know how to say it, Brian.
It's sad, but things like this lead to the progress of science. As one Japanese citizen, I hope that the next flight is successful.
Japanese newspapers, already gone to bed with their early morning issues, quickly shifted gears and got the shuttle disaster onto the front page in late or special editions. Millions of early morning rush hour workers Wednesday morning were able to read about initial reports of the tragedy. Finally, 3 Japanese were selected last August by NASA to begin training as astronauts in the United States. One of them is a female. It's too soon, of course, to say what effect Tuesday's explosion will have on the foreign astronaut program. Mark Dolmage, CNN, Tokyo.
The words of the first space shuttle pilot who came back actually have great relevance, although made in jest at the time. A reporter asked him on his return, what were the thoughts as you were coming into re-entry at the most dangerous point of the entire flight? He said,
I'm not familiar with what they found in the ocean floor. Well, Greg, that gives you a bit of an idea of what we're looking at. Of course, all that debris will be brought back to Cape Canaveral, and it'll all go to serve as some sort of a record and to try to get a clue as to exactly what happened yesterday.
Thanks, Ian. Are there any more definite ideas, or did NASA make any more specific comments this morning as to the future of the shuttle program?
Well, yes, indeed. They in fact echoed President Reagan's statement when he said that the US or the Reagan administration will press ahead with its very active and ambitious space program. And as far as NASA are concerned, they said the same thing. They said, yes, we've had a setback, but as far as we're concerned, we will press ahead with the space shuttle program. But they did add the proviso that they won't press ahead with it until they have a definitive reason for yesterday's tragedy. Of course, that brings up all sorts of spectres as to what that will do to NASA, and obviously it's a real setback.
What about the immediate plans to build another shuttle? Any mention of that?
Well, in fact, yes, that was brought up. NASA officials said that they certainly have the capability to do that, but they fell short of saying whether, in fact, they would go ahead. And I guess in the current atmosphere, that is understandable.
Okay then, Ian, thanks very much. Ian Hislop joining us there live from Cape Canaveral in Florida. So as you can see there, Richard, the commotion in Florida now seems to be fading. That's about all we have for you from the North American Bureau for now, but of course, if there are any further developments, we'll let you know.
Thanks, Greg Hoy. That report, of course, from Greg Hoy in Los Angeles and Ian Hislop on location at Cape Canaveral. We'll be back with more of 11 a.m. right after this break.
About 600 pounds of debris have been recovered. Also recovered was a charred glove, but it's not known whether the glove belonged to one of the 7 Challenger crew members who died in the explosion. An armada of small boats is being used to bring in debris from the ocean. One of the larger items found in the water was a 15-foot section of aluminum, but most objects were much smaller. Authorities have asked beachcombers to be wary of any wreckage they find because some of it could contain lethal gas or liquids. The public is being asked to call NASA if such objects turn up on the beach. The cause of the explosion is still not known, and NASA experts are closely examining tapes that recorded the performance of the various systems aboard the shuttle. In Houston, a memorial service for the Challenger astronauts was held last night at St. Bernadette's Church. Most members of the congregation are NASA employees at the Johnson Space Center. The pastor prayed that the space program will, in his words, continue its noble work. President Reagan will honor the Challenger astronauts at another memorial service tomorrow in Houston. In other news, Angolan
why Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on Wednesday, killing all 7 crew members. The space agency's directors have ordered an even bigger search for debris from the shuttle, and even as that was going on, the memorial services were being held.
The search for debris from the shuttle resumed today in the waters off Cape Canaveral. The new floating finds have been larger and more varied than those pieces originally found. Scorched metal and electronics have been returned to ports for scientific analysis in the hunt for clues to the accident. The search will now shift to the ocean floor, where a Gulf Stream runs, and the guidance will be from oceanographers.
I'm sure they have sophisticated equipment that will make the job simpler, but it's fortunate, you might say, that the location is not further offshore, where the water increases in depth quite rapidly and the strong currents of the Gulf Stream could be encountered.
Fishermen dragging the waters also expect to make a contribution to the search effort.
Anything laying on the bottom of that ocean, we will come up with it. I don't care what it is, whether it's large or small. We've caught 30-foot rockets out there before.
While NASA investigates, the mourning for the dead continues. 5 of the Challenger crew members came from Houston, where local churches have been filled as a community copes with the tragedy.
I know that we will walk through this hour to live and to love and to fly again.
Grief-stricken neighbours have offered condolences to the families of the dead astronauts.
Oh, they're just wonderful people. We'll miss them.
Commander Dick Scobie's parents were taken to a Houston clinic to be treated for anxiety and blood pressure problems. Flowers from throughout the nation have arrived at the Space Center as a mark of respect. The Pentagon's military space program could be delayed by at least 1 year in the aftermath of the Challenger explosion. Defense Department officials here say this poses a serious threat to President Reagan's Star Wars defense program. A spy satellite was to have been launched under the shuttle program this year. The Pentagon has been pushing for its own space operation, and Congress has given the go-ahead for 2 such programs. These feature a new breed of unmanned rockets, but they won't be ready until 1988. The shuttle delay has grounded the space military machine at a cost which will run into billions of dollars. In the United States, Mark O'Brien for 11 a.m.
It's
earlier this week. Meantime, NASA has ordered an even bigger search for debris, requesting that every piece be returned so that no clue is lost in the effort to find the reasons for the explosion. In the Philippines, President
of technology and its shortcomings. We take 11 a.m. out this morning with this salute to the 7 who died on Wednesday morning.
And liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission.
prepared for their journey and waved goodbye, and slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God.
And tissue tonight to determine whether they're human remains from the Space Shuttle Challenger. The bones and tissue, enclosed in blue material, were found washed up on a beach near the launch site at Cape Canaveral in Florida. The 7 astronauts from the ill-fated craft were all wearing blue uniforms. Also, a Coast Guard ship has recovered what's believed to be part of the shuttle's fuselage. Other wreckage has been located by sonar on the ocean floor.
More craft were brought into the search as the scope of it widened today. NASA directed the search ships and aircraft fan out to cover a 20,000 square kilometre area of sea off the Florida coastline to account for sea and wind currents. And as the search was stepped up today with more Navy ships joining in, it became more fruitful. Ships were reporting in with findings of sizable sections of the Challenger shuttle. As the day went on, bigger and bigger sections of the aircraft were found, including part of the fuselage, and sightings were made of the orbiter's cockpit sections, some with instruments attached. It looked as though more might be recovered from the ocean floor.
They also have had multiple sonar sightings in the area, indicating that there is some large object or objects on the bottom of the ocean underneath that site.
And then late today, a grim finding on a Florida beach, human tissue.
A bone and tissue fragment measuring approximately 4 by 6 inches by 1 inch was found on the beach in the Atlantic, which is one of what we call the South Beaches, south of Patrick Air Force Base. It was taken to the base hospital by the police, and it is being analyzed there for possible identification.
The inquiry process got into full operation today for the first time since the spacecraft blew up. Any form of recording or document associated with the Challenger craft was impounded. The history of every shuttle component will now be checked.
And we must leave no stone unturned.
But from NASA, still no clear-cut opinions on what could have led to the deaths of the 7 astronauts. But outside, speculation continued, with a latest theory that the orbiter was destroyed by a faulty on-board self-destruct mechanism. For Eyewitness News at Cape Canaveral, Florida, I'm John Wiseman.
As the search for clues goes on, further memorial services have been held across America for the shuttle victims. And in Connecticut, junior high school students are treasuring their own unexpected keepsake. A letter from Krista McAuliffe received the day after the tragedy.
8th grade students at Mabel B. Avery School in Somers, Connecticut wrote Krista McAuliffe weeks ago to tell her she was an honorary teacher at their school. Students were shocked on Wednesday, the day after McAuliffe died, to receive an answer. Thanking the children, McAuliffe urged them to reach for the stars. The students were moved.
She was like a real pioneer, someone who had a lot of courage.
I mean, it's easier to cope with it now that she wrote to us.
I sort of looked up to her for what she did.
It was the parents of Krista McAuliffe who provided the focus of grief when they were photographed witnessing their daughter's tragic end at Cape Canaveral. And it was Mr. and Mrs. Corrigan who again provided that focus at a memorial service Thursday. The occasion was a memorial to Krista McAuliffe at Framingham State College, from which McAuliffe graduated. Governor Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts likened McAuliffe's death to the assassination of John Kennedy. Following the ceremony, students released 7 black balloons, one for each crew member on the shuttle.
To try to forget. And 7 balloons floating away said all about how they felt.
Krista's parents attended a memorial service at her old school in Massachusetts. Tomorrow, they'll be listening to the President at another gathering to remember the dead. Meanwhile, Krista McAuliffe's husband, Stephen, issued a statement through his law firm, saying to the American people, "We wish we could comfort you the way you have comforted us." And above the Edwards Air Force Base in California, where the shuttle pilots train, a flypass. They call it the Missing Man Formation. One jet veers off, the others continue, life goes on. And late this afternoon, searchers made a grim discovery. They have found what is believed to be a piece of human bone, probably from a foot, with skin and material still attached to it. It was washed up on a beach not that far from the launch pads. Robert Penfold, National 9 News at the Johnson Space Centre in Houston.
The Iron Curtain has parted briefly to allow a reunion between an American
Challenger in an effort to find a cause for the explosion which claimed the lives of the 7 crew. Salvage crews have retrieved hundreds of kilograms of debris, while pieces of human tissue and bone have also been found washed up on the shore.
Small pieces of the Challenger continued washing up on the beaches near Cape Canaveral today. There was one particularly disturbing finding.
A bone and tissue fragment measuring approximately 4 by 6 inches by 1 inch was found on the beach in the Atlantic.
The bone was taken to an Air Force Base hospital for identification, and NASA officials were quick to caution against speculation that it was the remains of a crew member. Out to sea, ships and aircraft continued an expanded search of the crash area, and late today there was a report that the Coast Guard had found a large object underwater, possibly the fuselage. As the search for wreckage of the shuttle continued off Cape Canaveral today, NASA officials here at the Johnson Space Centre in Houston were busy preparing for tomorrow's memorial service. It's here that the President will join the families of the 7 astronauts. Meantime, technicians in Houston continue to pore over the outputs from the shuttle's computers in an effort to see if anything was other than normal. But the main interest focused on the tape footage of the launch.